Everybody, and thank you for joining us at this regular meeting of the Madera City Council. Today is Wednesday, June 17th, 2020. The time is 6 p.m. And this meeting will be conducted pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order, which suspends certain requirements of the Ralph M. Brown Act. The City Council meeting will be live streamed on the city's website. Members of the public may participate in the meeting remotely through an electronic meeting via phone by dialing 669-900-6833 and enter ID number 925-885-098-84#, followed by *9 on your phone if you wish to speak. Comments will also be accepted via email at citycouncilpubliccomment@madera.gov. With that, I will ask our city clerk to call roll.
Mayor Medellin, Mayor Pro Tem Garcia,
Here.
Councilmember Gallegos,
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Councilmember Rodriguez is going to be running a little bit late this evening. I'll recognize him when he does show up. Thank you.
thank
I mean,
you.
we're going to start early.
Councilmember Montes,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson, and Councilmember Holly.
Present.
Thank you very much, Alicia. As we start every meeting, every regular council meeting, we start with the invocation. And blessing us this evening with his presence via Zoom is Pastor Mark Unger from First Baptist Church of Madera. If you will stand with me, if you're able to, for the invocation. Pastor Mark.
Thank you, Mayor. God bless each one of you, and we will pray together. Lord Jesus, what a day and time we live in. A challenging day and time, for many, a dangerous day and time. And you spoke of these days 700 years before Christ. You said, woe to those who are wise, and where you said, woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who substitute darkness for light and light for darkness, who substitute bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. Woe to those who are wise in their own eyes and clever in their own sight. And to this, Lord, we see a lot of things turning around backwards. And we need your wisdom to turn things around and get things straight, get things fixed that are broken, and get things under the law that are lawless. By your grace, we remember the words of the prophet Amos, who said when facing a locust swarm that the Lord was going to bring on Israel for their disobedience, he said, Lord God, please pardon. How can Jacob stand, for he is small? The Lord changed his mind about this. And I would pray, Lord God, please pardon this nation for getting so much stuff backwards and having the troubles we're having today. Please pardon. How could the U.S. stand? For she is small. And so we ask your intervention. We ask your wisdom for all the leadership, not just here in Madera. We certainly pray for each of these, but even across the United States, Lord, in this difficult time. Oh, as the psalmist said, let the evil of the wicked come to an end, but establish the righteous. For the righteous God tries the hearts and minds. We would pray, Lord, tonight for Council Member Holly's wife, who is still hospitalized with an issue, a surgery that was on her foot last week, and now there's some blood count issues and there's some other complications. And Lord, I thank you that you're the great physician. And I would pray that by your grace, that you would help Mrs. Holly to achieve the maximum amount of health possible in the aftermath of this surgery and this blood count issue. And for these council members, Lord, those who are on the meeting tonight, I pray by your grace that you would help them to take their stand together with you in the city of Madera, that you would come down and speak with them this evening in the meeting, that you would take of your spirit who is with you, Lord, and put it upon them, because they have to bear the burden of the people of Madera with you. And that way they would not have to bear it alone. So by your grace, I pray for their wisdom, clear thinking, and pray that your good and perfect will would be done. And as we see on our television sets, in some places, lawlessness is prevailing. I would pray for our brave men and women in blue and the sheriffs in green as they protect us and as they keep peace in our area, that you would protect them, Lord, that there would not be a target on their back, that they would have your hand of protection over them in all they do, traveling to and from work, on the job, dealing with clients on the street, and even traveling back to their homes or having a coffee in a coffee shop. We pray your protection. We thank you and praise you for this time together and ask your will be done in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much for your words, Pastor Mark. We really appreciate it. And then if you'll join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I believe our flag may come up soon. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
Republic for which is one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. Moving on to the approval of the agenda. I'll ask any of my colleagues if they have any changes or additions to the presented agenda. Seeing none, hearing none, I do have a couple of items. First of all, item C3, we're going to have a late distribution announcement here shortly. And item C2, this is the CDBG funding. It's on the agenda just as a reminder that that is going to be a special meeting tomorrow evening. So if anybody is watching this evening, item C2, the CDBG agenda item is moved to a special meeting tomorrow, 6 p.m. With that, I will ask our city clerk to read the late distribution announcement, and then we will have approval of the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, members of the public are advised that less than 72 hours prior to this evening's meeting, item C3 was distributed to the council after the agenda packet was finalized. Members of the public wishing to view or obtain a copy of this item may do so by visiting the City of Madera meeting and agenda page located on our website.
Alicia, and with that, I will ask for the approval of the agenda. I'll call for action.
So move to approve. Second.
Been moved by Councilman Hawley and seconded by Councilman Montes, only because Councilman Robinson was too late to unmute. To approve the agenda with those two changes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries unanimously 6-0, with Councilmember Rodriguez being absent at the time. Moving on to public comment, the first 15 minutes of the meeting are reserved for members of the public to address the council on items which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speakers shall be limited to 3 minutes, and speakers will be asked but are not required to identify themselves and state the subject of their comment. If the subject is an item on the agenda, the mayor has the option of asking the speaker to hold that comment until the item is called. Comments on items listed as a public hearing on the agenda should be held until the hearing is opened. Council is prohibited by law from taking any action on matters discussed that are not on the agenda, and no adverse conclusions should be drawn if the council does not respond to public comment at this time. I believe we do have some written comments emailed to the city clerk's office, so I will first ask how many we have, Alicia, and then I will have you read them after that.
Mayor, I believe I have a total of 6 public comment.
Great. If you can read those, please.
I'm writing you this email in regards to Madera City Parks being closed to our children youth sports. Me and my wife are taxpayers in this city and would like our kids to adapt to the lifestyle of sports. Staying busy during the summer is very important for our children. Bars being allowed to open and restaurants where people congregate indoors, breathing the same air just doesn't make sense when kids are not allowed to return to clean fun outside where social distancing can still work. Please push the issue of getting our public parks open for youth sports. And that was from Paul Nombrano. My name is Hannah Dobbs and I live in Madera. I am an athlete that has been affected by COVID. I had my sophomore year cut short. I had my varsity softball season canceled. I have had my friends taken from me. I am having my travel softball season delayed because parks and fields are not opened. Softball is more than just a game to some of us. It may be our ticket to college. I have been working hard, maintaining a 4.0 in school and working hard to earn a college scholarship. I'm not understanding why you feel parks are not safe. Please explain how it is on for restaurants, gym, bars, and retail stores are open, but parks are not. I do not understand how exercise and playing softball is not safe, but shopping for clothes and drinking at bars is. My name is Renee Dobbs, and I am a resident taxpayer in Madera. I am sending this letter in regards to the city and parks recreations. I would like to know why our parks and fields are not open. I am not understanding why there may be an issue. You have your local bars, restaurants, and gyms opened. Why not the fields? Could you explain why? I feel that parks are far more essential than bars. The kids need to be able to get out and play ball. That is essential to them. These kids have been removed from school, sports, and friends. Being home and not doing what they love to do, play ball, is not good for them. They need to be out exercising, interacting, and mostly being kids. That to me is far more essential than bars. Please explain to me the reasoning behind the delay in opening the parks. Please explain to me how it is safer to be at Walmart, Home Depot, Lowe's, and restaurants than it is to be on a field or at a park. Kids need to have some sense of normalcy. Sports are essential to the kids' health, spirit, and overall morale. My name is Xochitl Gonzalez, and my daughter lives for softball. This previous March appeared to be a promising season for the travel team and another fun season for rec ball. However, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the season was placed on hold. As a mother, I take pride in the health and safety of every child, and for that reason, we obliged with the procedures set forth by the governor and Department of Health. As a society, we are approaching our 5th month of quarantine. As new information about the virus has been discovered and presented to us, we have set forth the proper precautions to combat this virus, such as frequent hand washing, sanitizing throughout the day, minimize touching our face, prohibit sharing personal supplies and drinks. Additionally, and most importantly, the virus has taught us the importance of remaining physically active as it contributes to our mental health. Our children rapidly experienced having a day filled with activities, school and sports, to an abrupt halt. As a concerned parent, I have seen how COVID-19 has negatively impacted my children. Most recently, our political leaders have deemed various businesses to reopen for business, such as bars, barbershops, drive-in movie theaters, gyms, and have allowed restaurants to allow their patrons to dine in. I believe that it is time to consider allowing our children to proceed, with caution of course, to play the sport they greatly enjoy. Allowing our children to play will benefit their morale, physical fitness, and increase the release of their body's endorphins and contribute to their overall mental health. Please give us your blessing to proceed with caution and allow our children to play. I am a taxpayer in the city of Madera. I want parks open again, since gyms and bars are all open. Why aren't parks? I want my grandkids to be able to play ball. All the fields on Town and Country Park are closed. Why? Let the kids play ball. And that's from Jose Cuevas.
And those are all, I'm sorry.
That's okay. One more, Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a taxpayer in the city of Madera. I was made aware of the plan to keep our parks closed until 2021. In this unprecedented time, it really makes no sense to keep the kids away from the sports they love, since gyms and bars are all open and the city pool potentially opening. I'm really not understanding why can't the parks open. If we track the data of the virus spread, it's mostly people over the age of 20. I believe with certain safety measures, our kids can have a successful and safe sports season. Our kids have already been through enough this year. Mentally, they are exhausted, and I really want my kids to be able to play the sports they love and feel some type of normalcy. I would appreciate it if my message would be read this Wednesday at the City Council meeting. Thank you, Gabriela Gomez. That completes the public comment.
Thank you very much, Alicia. And as I look at attendees, there is nobody asking to be recognized for public comment. So with that, I will close public comment. And I think that's a perfect segue into welcoming our public health director, Sarah Boss. It sounds like people want parks opened, Sarah. and I'm sure you're still fielding a lot of phone calls and texts and emails as you have been over the last few months. And so with that, we'll get right to your report and fill us in from what's been new over the past few days or week or so, and we can address maybe some of the issues about opening future parks and different venues in the future.
I'm happy to. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can, Sarah. Thank you.
Great. So first, I'd like to start with recent case counts and things so that people feel up to date. Of course, this information is always posted on our website. It's updated daily at 4 p.m. Prior to this week, we saw a steady increase in case counts from what had been between 0 and 2 cases per day to something that was more steady at around 8 or 9 cases per day. And then yesterday, we had a record-breaking day of 24 cases in one day. And today, we broke that record and have 25 new cases today. So that brings our total cases for Madera County since the beginning to 275. We now have 106 active cases, and the big concern is this piece of data, 9 hospitalizations. So as of yesterday, we had 5, and as of today, we have 9. And of course, we don't want anyone to become ill from COVID-19, but it's the acute illnesses that result in severe outcomes that we especially want to pay attention to. And so there, of course, are individuals that are in that vulnerable population, which includes seniors as well as those with compromised immune systems. The interesting trend within our cases is that they trace back to often just a few cases that are individuals that have interacted with each other either at a gathering or at a work site. But where the numbers really get multiplied is that in the city of Madera, in the county of Madera, we often see very large household sizes. Our population often has at least 4 and as many as 10 individuals all living in one home. And that can make it, first of all, very difficult for a single person who's COVID positive to isolate away from their family members. But it also means that we often have multi-generations in the same home. And so our vulnerable population is very much mixed in with the rest of our community. And I believe that's one item to address with regards to youth sports. It is accurate to say that most of our cases are not below 20 years of age, but our concern is more that individuals that would attend the games, but also individuals that are at home that would then be exposed to people that are out and at the games. That's one factor. The other factor that's, I think I'll talk more about youth sports first before I go into the rest of my report. The guidance from the state is, it's kind of like a gate that's been built. And when they open the gate, then we can pass through. And with the data that we have had and the good outcomes that we've seen in Madera County, our health officer, Dr. Paul, has deemed it appropriate that as the state opens the gate, that he is allowing us to move through and reopen businesses. So guidance has opened certain industries, and we definitely have concerns about some of these. And we're going to be watching very closely to see if people are actually adhering to the guidances, such as bars. I know that's one that we're very concerned about, whether or not people will actually adopt the behavior patterns that have been set out in the guidance. And so we will be really responding to the feedback of our residents, and we expect residents to be able to communicate their concerns with business owners that are not actually implementing the guidance that we've all become so familiar with. The most important guidance that we can follow is distancing, and I talked about this last time I was here. Increasingly, we're seeing that masking is going to become more important, especially as people are breaking that 6-foot barrier, it's really important then that we're wearing masks to protect others. And then, of course, as many pointed out in the comments that were read, hygiene practices and disinfecting, washing hands, staying home when sick. I do want to just highlight the guidance that does address outdoor recreation. And if people want to read the guidance themselves, they can go to the statewide COVID-19 website and they click on industry guidance. And then they're going to be able to find the guidance, and it's titled Campgrounds, RV Parks, and Outdoor Recreation, which is an interesting grouping. They've done some kind of strange groupings, and you wouldn't expect youth sports to be in with campgrounds, but that's where it is. And I want people to be able to go there and get the information directly. But the section that specifically addresses youth sports reads like this. I'm going to read it directly. Most organized activities and sports, such as basketball, baseball, soccer, and football, so those are the 4 that are named specifically, are held on park fields, open areas, and courts, are not permitted to the extent that they require coaches and athletes who are not from the same household or living unit to be in close proximity, which increases their potential for exposure to COVID-19. Members of the same household may engage in such activities and sports together. We also find that youth sports, and this is not written in the guidance, but we know that youth sports often involves people traveling from outside in other communities, which is definitely something we don't want to see. So we understand and really recognize the frustration of people seeing that some things are allowed and other things are not. The first criteria for that is whether or not the state has released guidance and what the guidance says. So we are following statewide orders, and the city of Madera is following statewide orders. They received the information directly from me. I shared the guidance with them. I highlighted this same section in how it is that the approach that I've seen in the city of Madera. And we want to all do our best to protect the most vulnerable in our community. And it may be that there's other kinds of sports that people think that they could figure out how to do it in close proximity. Basketball, for instance, you have to be close to one another. We just can't figure out how to play that game and be socially distanced. Baseball, there's close proximity there. There might be some adaptations that could make that work. Soccer, again, close proximity. Football, definitely close proximity. But one of the other considerations is that it's not just about the game itself, it's also about the spectators. And so one thing that's been very clear in state guidance is that mass gatherings are still not allowed. The only exception to gatherings is more of a rights issue based in the Constitution that was very heavily debated in the country, and that's regarding religious services and cultural ceremonies. Those have been allowed with very strict guidance, and people are welcome to read that guidance as well on our website. Our ministerial association and faith leaders in our community have been very responsive in following that guidance to keep people safe, especially as many parishioners to local congregations are in that vulnerable population. That same guidance also addresses funerals. That's identified as a cultural ceremony. So now funerals are allowed with the same very strict guidance practices. But we, when you look at events like youth sports in particular, there's a sense of celebration around it. There's also the spectators in band, and gathering together, and 6-foot distancing would be very, very difficult to enforce. Whereas a church service, for instance, can be accomplished by spacing where people sit. And so I know that that's not a perfect explanation. We don't have perfect explanations for everything with regards to how the state has laid out the guidance. We're doing our best to make exceptions where we can. And so we encourage coaches and groups that would like to have outdoor recreation where it's not one of the specific ones that were named in the guidance, and they think they can propose a way in which it can be safe. They can submit that to us and we will review it. And if we agree that it's a safe practice, then we will do that. One example is, I had no idea, but in Madera County, there's a horseshoe league for playing horseshoes. And they submitted a plan that was very thoughtful. We added some specifics to it, like the implementation of a safety officer to actually monitor social distancing, but sanitation practices and people not using the same horseshoes. But the nature of that game is people are more spread out, and they are requiring registration for attendance of any spectators, so they can limit the number of people that would be present. And so I hope that that is helpful for people to kind of understand more about why the guidance is in place and what we're expecting. And as public health professionals, we absolutely support physical activity. And I love some of the points that residents made about the importance of kids being outside, playing, being physically active. And we 100% support that. It's how are we going to do it safely and in low risk of COVID-19? And again, protect that vulnerable population. So we encourage people to be physically active for sure. We want that. And I wanted to recognize this whole situation has introduced so many difficult things, and people individually have made big sacrifices. I know that weddings were postponed. I know, as people stated in their comments, that it impacts their ability to pursue athletic scholarships. And the one thing about that is that we are in this boat together. And so I just want to encourage people that we want to be able to provide as much opportunity for people to return to a new normal as much as possible, but also keeping risk low for illness. We have been increasing testing significantly. In the last few days, we've averaged over 130 per day at our OptumServe site within the city of Madera. It's at the fairgrounds. We're also continuing to implement our mobile testing in other areas, and that has been very well attended as well. So some of our increase in cases is a result of increased testing for sure. It's also, we believe, a result of more people being out and around. And so I mentioned that it's gatherings. Many of those gatherings, we've seen gatherings from Mother's Day celebrations, birthday celebrations, and then also people just getting together because we all feel so cooped up after these months of state order. And also we're seeing that in some transmission at work sites. But the one encouraging aspect of what we've seen there is that it's just a handful of cases in terms of the transmission at a work site. And what that's telling us is that businesses have been proactive about implementing appropriate guidance. Now, that's not universally true. We know that there are exceptions, and we've received some complaints about certain businesses that are not implementing the guidance. But where we have seen cases emerge, they were fairly isolated, and so we haven't seen huge outbreaks at work sites as a result. So that's good news. We also, as many of you know, received a very, very large allocation of hand sanitizer from the state. It was 75,000 bottles of hand sanitizer. It came in 4 truckloads of hand sanitizer, just pallets and pallets of it. And so what we did first was distribute that out to nonprofits and government agencies. And we feel confident that all of those entities have had an opportunity and are very well stocked with hand sanitizer. So at this time, we have discussed with County Council, and it is appropriate because it is generally provided as part of a public protection measure that we are able to release hand sanitizer to private businesses. And we are going to first limit this to small businesses, and we're using the California state definition for small business, which is 100 employees or less. That needs to be for their business as a whole, not just their Madera branch is 100 or less. And the idea is that we really want to prioritize businesses that might be struggling to be able to get the resources in order to have safe environments for employees and for their customers. And so the distribution is to small businesses. We are, of course, willing to take requests on a case-by-case basis for businesses that don't necessarily meet that criteria, but they can demonstrate that they've made an effort to be able to access hand sanitizer and were unsuccessful in that. We certainly want to do our best to protect the public and do it fairly. So it will be on a first-come, first-served basis, and businesses that are interested in receiving hand sanitizer, we encourage you to use our community feedback form, and that will send directly to our staff, indicate your business name, address, the number of employees in that business, and a contact name, and how much hand sanitizer you're interested in receiving from Department of Public Health. That's my report. Sorry, it was a little bit longer this time, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Sarah, very much for that. I figured it was going to be a little bit longer this evening. As you had mentioned, our cases went from a few to double digits at one point, and now even double that. So thank you very much for that information. And I think we all share that same frustration as we did maybe a month and a half ago or 2 months ago. On social media, people were saying, you can't go fishing, but you can go golfing, or you can go to Costco and Walmart's, but you can't go to church. And we've addressed that. And we when I say we, I mean Madera County, we stuck with those guidelines of the CDC, of course, the health department, for the safety of all of our residents. And now we're faced with that again, where we have youth sports and youth activities that are now put on hold, and they're comparing outdoor activity and kids doing everything they can to go out and throw a ball and gather socially and get out of the house, compared to bars and restaurants and things like that. So it is very frustrating, and I know things change quickly, but I certainly hope that something can be worked out, and that we will continue as residents to practice social distancing, wear a mask out in the community, so we can get these numbers down to where they need to be. You had mentioned hospitalizations. I'm sorry, tell me currently how many residents do we have hospitalized right now?
9.
9 right now. Okay, maybe I didn't read today's email, or I missed that number.
Yesterday, the total was 5, and today it's 9.
Okay. I'll ask my colleagues or staff, for that matter, if there's any questions of Ms. Voss regarding her report or the COVID-19 pandemic. Looks like Councilman Hawley has a question. Mr. Councilman.
Sarah, are you also allowing nonprofit organizations like churches and NAACP organizations to come and get some of those hand sanitizers?
Absolutely. It's been available to nonprofits from the moment the shipment came in. And so we distributed that as widely as possible. But if you know of some nonprofits that haven't yet gotten some, please let us know.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. Any further questions of Ms. Voss? Doesn't look like it, Sarah. Thank you very much for being with us again this evening. And we appreciate your social media posts and getting out as much information as possible, as quickly as possible, to our residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Moving on to our second presentation. This is a Youth Commission update. We're very, very excited to have members of the Youth Leadership Institute, along with our program coordinator of YLI, Cynthia Sapien. Cynthia, it's great to have you and some of the students here with us to give us an update on youth leadership.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Like you mentioned, my name is Cynthia Sapien. I am the Associate Director of Central Valley Programs with the Youth Leadership Institute. A couple of years ago, you may have had the opportunity to meet with our senior director, Yamilet Rodriguez, who asked for a partnership in order to institute a youth commission program with the city of Madera. And so we've been working really closely with a cohort of young people to look at how youth voice is represented in the city of Madera, and to make sure that the needs of young people are heard at the city level. And so we appreciate all the support that we received by the city, from the mayor, from the council members who've been there to help swear in some of our youth commissioners as they embark on this journey to looking at the assets that exist in Madera for young people, what are some resources that are available, as well as identifying some challenges and barriers that might exist for young people to fully be engaged in programs that are available and to have like thriving, healthy lives. So I'm not sure if the best process is to share the PowerPoint on my end to share my screen. I can definitely do that, or if it's something that can be provided for us. Thank you. Let me do that.
All right, that looks good.
All right. So as we move forward, the presentation will be done by myself, and we're also inviting a handful of the youth commissioners who are also on the call. I do want to preface that Yvette Flores, who is the coordinator of this program, unfortunately was unable to join us today. She had a death in the family and is unable to make it today. So our thoughts are with her and her family as she's mourning the loss of a loved one. And we also have a commissioner who recently had surgery, oral surgery done. And so they're unable to join us as well. And so we have 3 of our commissioners here who are going to be able to speak in their stead. So to introduce the program, as I mentioned, in 2018, we entered into a partnership with the city of Madera to lead the Youth Commission program. Yvette Flores, the first actually coordinator of the program was Johnny Mendez. And last fall in October, we were able to hire Yvette Flores, whose job was to focus on leading and building up the capacity of the young people so that they can lead the initiatives and lead the research components of the Youth Commission program. So the Youth Commission consists of a representative from each of the districts in the city of Madera, along with a representative from the mayor's office. And then we also have standing honorary members for those young people who want to be involved in the process and maybe gain some tools and some leadership skills around civic engagement. And that was the main goal. We wanted to not only build up leadership skills, but specifically around introducing the importance of civic engagement to young people in the city of Madera. Our goal very much so is to build the capacity of young leaders. So as they're embarking on their education, their learning skills, building up their skill base and investing in their education, and then bringing those talents and skills back to Madera to invest back into the community. It's really about trying to invest in homegrown leadership, which I know is near and dear to several of the council members. So for the sitting currently on the commission as voting members, we have Alexia Sanchez, who represents the mayor's office. We also have Avery Cordero, who represents District 2. Isabella Ventura, who actually represents District 4, Isha Bains, who represents District 6, and Breanna Flores, who is an honorary commission, who we're hoping soon will be sworn in to be the voting member for District 1. We do have a vacancy in District 5, but we actually have a young person who submitted an application and has gone through the review process, and we're hoping to onboard them as well in the next month.
Great.
So a little bit about Yvette, and we wanted to make sure to provide a little bit of insight about who is on this team and who makes up this team. Yvette is an alumni from Fresno Pacific. She has her bachelor's degree in sociology. She plans on becoming a therapist one day and continue to work with young people. Her favorite part about working with the Youth Commission has been able to grow alongside California's future leaders. And she's been alongside with the young people, kind of partnering them and helping kind of guide their work as they've been embarking in the research process, as well as putting together a presentation for the council about in regards to some recommendations that they're bringing forward today. We also have Commissioner Breanna Flores, who unfortunately was unable to join us today. She actually is taking some classes at the college level, and this was conflicting with the college course that she was currently enrolled in. She is an honorary commissioner, just graduated this year as a senior from Madera High School. She plans to attend UC Santa Barbara, but is actually staying on as a youth commissioner, as her first semester is going to be done through distance learning. So she's committed and is really excited about staying on. Her favorite part about being a youth commissioner is having the opportunity to have that support for her ideas and having a platform for her ideas being heard. And then I'm going to pass it on to Isha Bains, who is on this call, to be able to introduce herself.
Great. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Isha Bains. I represent District 6 with Councilmember Hawley. I also just graduated from Madera High School, so here's my diploma.
Great.
And in the future, I want to pursue a master's in business administration at UC Berkeley, so I'm really excited for that. My favorite part about being a youth commissioner is having the ability and power to voice my opinions and the concerns of our community without the fear of not being heard. So I know that my voice is always going to be heard and my opinions will not just go down the drain.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Next, we have Alexia Sanchez, who's also on the Zoom call as well.
Hello, everyone. My name's Alexia Sanchez. I represent the mayor's office. I'm currently going for my second year at Madera Community College. My plans for life are to transfer to state and graduate with the business administration degree to be able to open up my own business someday. My favorite part of being a commissioner is that I get the opportunity to work with leaders to help make a change and make this community better for everyone and the future that is to come for it.
Thank you, Alexia.
Our next commissioner is Isabella Ventura, who actually could not join us today. As I mentioned, she recently had her wisdom teeth pulled out, and so she actually can't physically speak at the moment. She represents District 4. She's a freshman at Fresno City College and plans to graduate from Fresno with a bachelor's degree from Fresno State with a bachelor's degree in pre-med, and is looking to pursue medicine. Her favorite part of being part of the Youth Commission is having her voice actually heard and being able to use it. So I wanted to make sure that I introduced Isabella, who we also call Bella during our meetings. Then we have Avery Cordero, and I'll let her introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Avery Cordero, and I represent District 2. I am an oncoming senior at Madera High School, and I intend finishing high school and enrolling in a college to major in education, preferably grade school, 5th grade if I'm lucky. My favorite part of being a youth commissioner is having the confidence and opportunities that myself and fellow commissioners have to better our community.
Great. Thank you, Avery.
So our presentation today is mainly going to focus on some recommendations and some ideas that the youth commissioners wanted to share with the council. Over the course of the year, we've been meeting monthly, sometimes twice monthly, not just to build the capacity of the commissioners around leadership and around civic engagement. They've been trained on Robert's Rule of Order. They've been trained on the Brown Act, as well as environmental prevention, youth advocacy, an array of topics, as well as how to conduct research. Earlier this year, actually way prior to the pandemic, we had an opportunity to train our commissioners on how to conduct research, and they participated in an observation type of research that we call Photo Voice. The Photo Voice project focuses on having our young people actually tour the city with cameras, taking pictures of things that they identify as assets and barriers in the community, specifically to young people. And so as a result of this project, we brought these photos back to our space, and during a regular meeting, we reviewed them, had a conversation about what were some of the trends, what were some of the themes that were popping out of these photos, and what were some of the things that they also noticed while they were driving around town and looking at what are the resources, assets, challenges that were existing in the community. And through this process, we were able to kind of identify some things that kept on kind of coming up in the conversation and through the photo process. So the next step after identifying this was to do some additional research and see what we can find that existed in the city in regards to what's currently being done about these issues, or what's being done in other cities to address some of these barriers, as well as to identify like what are some ideas that we had for solutions to address some of these challenges that young people can lead in the community. So the young people actually came up with 4 really innovative and creative ideas that addressed a couple of issues and a couple of assets that they wanted to bring to the community. The first of which was looking at sidewalk repair, which was identified as a barrier through the Photo Voice project. They also saw that as an asset and a resource to the community, a good way to further build community and further build communication was the implementation of a city and Madera communication app. They also came up with the idea of instituting or bringing into the city creative crosswalks, which they will explain a little bit more. And then the last is the creation of a community resource and activity book. So I'm going to hand it over. I'm going to stop talking now and hand it over to Isha, who's going to go into a little bit more detail in terms of the process and their thoughts and recommendations about how they see these solutions kind of playing out with your support.
Okay, so I personally researched sidewalk repairs, and during the time of quarantine, the biggest thing we noticed is that people want to be outside and be with their families on a walk, get some sunshine, go on a run, go on their bikes. And there were literal obstacles in the way, and those are uplifted sidewalks. And obviously that creates so much tension about me. If I'm going out on a run, I would have to go on the grass, go on the sidewalk, or go on the street, wait for the uplifted sidewalk to cross, and then I would go back, which is honestly pretty dangerous, especially in residential areas as well. And there's even areas in our community where there's no sidewalks at all, such as Town and Country Park. So you'll see that 2 sides with busy streets going about 35 miles per hour have no sidewalks for people to exit the park without having to walk a few hundred yards to exit the park safely. So one of the biggest things we see as an issue is better communication to the proper department. So if I were to call Public Works, it may take a few hours just to get them on the call, and maybe a few days or weeks even further to get someone to be there and actually repair the sidewalk or pothole or whatever is the issue. And if you guys can see in the middle picture, it's a whole sidewalk that is in front of somebody's house that a community member tried fixing on their own, because by a professional, it takes about $1,000 to $2,000, and not everyone can afford that. So that community member was just scared that they were going to get in trouble if someone tripped and fell in front of their house. So that's why they took the issue in their own hands, because of the time frame of the response. So as a whole, we figured out that there is one method we could use to fix this issue on hand and in a proper way. And that is the City of Madera Community app. So with this app, we would be able to report code violations and requests for city repairs such as potholes, streetlight outages, cracked and lifted sidewalks, and etc. But I don't want this app to seem like it's only for negative reports. So we can use it for so many positive benefits as well, such as a community calendar to keep us all updated with what's going on. Especially in this time, we would be posting updates about social distancing, tips and pros and cons, and everything. The app is basically a huge communication tool. It would assist in streamlining these city requests. So we will be able to organize all these reports and prioritize them based on the severity of the issue. And overall, the app would increase the community's access to their available resources. It's way better than the call cycle, because sometimes all departments close at a certain time, such as at like 5 o'clock. So people at work would only have to give up their lunch hour to try to call the correct department, and maybe they won't even get there. So another thing would be a directory for those departments. So if somebody does need to call, they'll be calling the proper department at the right time, knowing when and who to call. And then it would be considered an immediate need. So I feel like funding shouldn't be as a negative aspect, which if upon consideration, we would definitely love to do a lot more research about this app in general. And overall, I feel like, as described by the city of Fresno, actually, the app would be a free, easy to go, real-time platform transforming how the city solves issues. So we would be able to report infrastructure and non-emergency public safety issues with your smartphone or computer. And then one of the biggest things is that a lot of our community members do not even know who their city council member is. So through this app, they would be able to directly contact them, email them, as what should be happening now, but really doesn't. And I feel like that would make our community feel a lot more safer and comfortable with ourselves. So overall, this whole idea we've already shared it with some of our student advisory councils, and the youth are already jumping on this idea. So it's already out there, people are loving it. And I feel like if this goes through, it'll be a really big change for us. And I'd like to pass it on to my fellow commissioner, Avery Cordero.
Thank you, Isha. So I did some research on creative crosswalks. So some backstory. Like my fellow commissioner presented, sidewalks are meant for safety. But what generally comes after the end of a sidewalk? Which is a crosswalk. And unfortunately, we do lack a few crosswalks in the city of Madera. But the commission and I have found a solution, a creative crosswalk. A creative crosswalk will implement safety for the city of Madera and will also include so many people's creativity and effort, which will support our goal, which is safety. The city of Kerman did this project and were successful. To this day, they have numerous crosswalks, and they were able to get so much participation from their community. They got funding through an organization known as Kaboom. Kaboom funds city projects like creative crosswalks or any creative aspect to implement to a community. I'd like to also add we include local artists. In this creation, we have reached out to a few local artists and even the high school's art classes. They are ecstatic and looking forward to a big project that will allow everyone in Madera to enjoy and safely use. Some of the aspects we looked for is guarantee, care, precaution, and security for these additions to the city of Madera. We want everyone to know there is a safe spot for transportation for them. Moving on, my commission and I have wanted to come up with a project that was leading up to our town hall, but was unfortunately canceled due to COVID-19. And we were brainstorming and creating different ideas, and we came up with a community resource and activity book. This book is designed to target all age, from DIYs and recipes to coupons to the grocery store. From a family looking to do a little DIY project in the middle of the day trying to entertain their kids to putting dinner on the table, there is something for everyone. We also found a way to get it up to date from the community. We'd also like to implement a community assessment survey. We would like to collect data that is most useful to the City of Madera, the Council, and other advisories. This survey could collect data that we need ASAP that can dictate what stage we're in during the COVID-19 quarantine. This data could be used to pass on to the state and maybe even further up the line. Our goal is to include everyone and make the book a reoccurring thing. We would love to have your input in maybe some words of wisdom or some suggestions of questions we need to ask during our assessment. Overall, we would love to have everyone's input and enjoyment in this activity book.
And to add on to that, I would like to say that we've already split up some of these pages among our commissioners, and we're really committed to this. We really want this to happen. And I feel like just our passion that I see within ourselves is all we need. And we've already started reaching out to businesses. We've got recipes and we've got awesome ideas for this if this does go through.
Definitely. We are very excited to get this hopeful project on the road. We are happy to answer any questions, comments, and concerns you may have at this time.
I think passion is an understatement. You leaders are absolutely exciting. I remember years ago when we had a discussion with Superintendent Lyle on getting this program off the ground, and right away funding became an issue. And the United Way stepped in and said we would be happy to help fund this program. But the main goal at the time was, as was mentioned by Cynthia, is to develop and work with some homegrown talent. Young students such as yourselves that were going to high school here and dreaming big and going off to college. And we wanted to establish something that you can return home and call your own. And these are the projects. These projects came from your passion and your love of the city of Madera. These projects came from your own neighborhoods and trying to fill a need. And the biggest thing I absolutely love is you offer a whole different perspective. And sometimes as leadership or city council members, we've had numerous meetings about capital improvement projects and funding and grant funding and where's the money going to come from. And sometimes a project that's slated to be done in a year or two might take longer. And your fresh, bright look at things let's not let funding be a problem, and let's get this done. Let's get the show on the road. Let's make things happen. Kind of attitude, that fresh perspective is exactly that. It's what this community needs. And I'm happy to know that some of you that even though you graduated high school already, like Alexia, but still stuck with the program because she, like the rest of you, realize that you're making a difference, and you really, really are. And I'm proud to meet with you guys. And we had a Zoom meeting not long ago, and I want to share your passion, and I want to appreciate you guys being here this evening and sharing your thoughts with us, not letting something like the COVID pandemic keep you down. We can still get these things done. I absolutely love that passion, and we are here to support you 100%, so that we can not only share your passion, but support that in any way we can. I'm going to ask any of my colleagues right now, the rest of the council, our staff member, I still see the question comments screen up there. If we can remove that, that would help me out. It would thank you very much. And I'll ask if there are any of my colleagues wishing to ask any of the representatives from YLI, or maybe specifically your own representative, any questions you may have this evening. We had the discussion not long ago about sidewalks and crosswalks, and that art painting on the crosswalks is something new that other cities, I've seen it happen, and it really draws your attention to what's going on. There's no better way to slow people down than to put that 3D art on the road. On Yosemite, as a lot of you are aware of, we put those tiger teeth down to let people know that you don't roll up right to the crosswalk, that you give a little bit of space But I've actually been in a city where I saw that 3D art and you almost want to slam on the brakes. At the least, it draws your attention. Fantastic idea. Does not really cost a whole lot. We're spending money on paint anyway. And then it kind of separates us from everybody else when we don't just hire an outside person to put something standard, but we want local artists and local students to have input. That's what I really love about these projects. It's having skin in the game and calling this our community. Councilman Hawley, did you have a question?
Yes. Mrs. Bains, I like what I'm hearing, what you guys are doing. I know we haven't had a lot of communication lately due to this COVID-19, but I'm really pleased to see that you guys are still working and making progress. I'm still here to help you if any way that you need assistance. So as the young leaders, you guys will be able to take our place one day, and we'll be proud to step aside and let y'all do so.
Yes, one of the biggest thing that actually keeps us going is your guys' support, like how Mr. Medellin was saying today, that our passion is what strives us forward. And the only reason why I'm actually doing what I'm doing is once I'm gone to Berkeley, I'll come back after 4 to 6 years, and my future commissioners will have worked on this project, and I'll come back and I'll see a change in the community that I was born in. So that's the end result will make me feel like a true leader. And that's the only thing that's keeping me going.
And again, congratulations on your graduate.
Thank you.
I usually make people pinky swear when they make a promise like that. Isha, do you pinky swear to come back to Madera?
I pinky swear to come back to Madera. I'm not letting my parents move anywhere.
Councilman Rodriguez, as I mentioned when we took roll, was going to be a little bit late. He's joined us this evening and he has a question. Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Medellin. I just for the record, I've been listening to this comments from these young leaders, and I got to tell you that I too would echo that I'm very impressed with the passion that's taken that they've taken upon themselves. I know that this started a couple of years back, and I'll tell you what, just the apps, the app that they presented, the concerns. I think this is exactly what the community refers to succession planning, that when you pass on the torch, you're going to pass on the torch to young leaders that already have the passion to want to make a difference for our community. And certainly these young leaders are our future. So I like what you said earlier in regards to after Berkeley, I'm coming back. And that's exactly what Madera wants to continue to breed, is those type of leaders that want to come back and make our community so much better. So thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the ideas. And this is what keeps our community going, is your youth, your leadership that wants to make a difference. So thank you again for everything you've done. And I will have video capability here in the next 5 minutes, Mr. Mayor, just for the record. I've been listening to these young leaders here. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for your comments. Councilman Robinson has something
I'd
to say.
Go Bears.
Councilman Robinson, Isha, is a Berkeley alumni.
As well as Yvette.
That's nice.
What I will propose, first of all, I want to thank you for these suggestions you have with the sidewalks, the crosswalks, the app. I absolutely love these ideas in the book. I don't want to just take the baton from you and run with that. I want to hold the baton with you and together implement these items. And so our city manager, Mr. Rodriguez, of course, has heard your suggestions. He will take direction from council. And I'm sure council will not have any problem whatsoever ever giving that direction. But as I mentioned before, we have a lot of balls in the air. And I just ask for a little bit of patience. But for things like this that are great for the community, we want to move as quickly as possible. So what I'd like to stay in touch as we move forward and implement these things. We want to do it with you.
Yes.
And continue with your input. And you have a pulse on the community that's just second to none. So we will move forward together with these things, find out how we can get some funding and get these things done. And of course, we're going to ask that you continue. Sorry, Cynthia. We're going to ask that you continue to give us updates on each one of the commissioners' endeavors, your schooling, things like that. We want to stay in touch. I'm sorry, Cynthia. You had something to add.
Yeah, thank you, Mary. I appreciate those thoughts. And we are so excited to jump into partnership to really kind of hold the baton together to really move these forward. I do want to say that since we spoke, and I do want to give this update, we actually shared one of these ideas with a funder who's committed to investing in Madera. They love the idea of the activity book. And so they've committed to actually back this up with dollars to make sure that the first edition of the activity book actually goes out. So Isha and Avery and Alexia and a couple of the other commissions have already been working on some of these pages. We're really hoping to push this forward. We'd love to have a first edition come out in the next few months. We definitely would love some insight and maybe a review and some suggestions on what else can be included in this resource manual. But the first edition, I'm really happy to announce, has been covered in terms of the cost of the printing. And we really wanted to work with local businesses to see if we can do large scale distribution as much as we can.
Fantastic. I think maybe in the menu portion of it, maybe Councilman Montes might be able to give us one of his secret recipes and be able to add to the book. With that, I believe Councilman Montes has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And you kind of touched on my question was, did the commission or the youth leaders have a specific ask? So that'll be kind of easier for council to make to give direction. Would that be, try to dedicate some resources, meet with some of the staff members, just so that we have a little bit more of a focus on what it is, because I think everybody's, very impressed. Everybody wants the community to do better and look better and be better. So that would have been my question to you. My ask to you is what ask do you have of the council? But I think everybody's probably going to agree and say that this is very impressive and we like what you guys are doing. So just so we can have a little bit more focus, and the mayor kind of touched on that.
Yeah, I definitely can chime in here, and then if the commissioners want to follow up, I think first and foremost is looking for the city to see if there is opportunities to allocate some resources for the development of an app. We definitely are on board to helping conduct some of the research around local app developers and giving insight on what that app can potentially look like for the city of Madera. I think that's the first and foremost. Second is to work with the Youth Commission to potentially submit an application to Kaboom to be able to pay for and so that there is a financial investment in the implementation of creative crosswalks, as well as identifying streets and locations where those can be painted in collaboration with local artists, as well as the art classes at all three high schools, as well as the middle schools. And I think the last is we do have the first edition of the activity book covered by one of our local funders who's really excited about seeing it. But as Avery mentioned, we definitely want this to not be like a one-time edition. We want it to be something that the commission is committed to investing their time to put together, and something that we can continue to produce, if not quarterly, at least twice annually.
Yeah, and for the book specifically, we could have, for this first edition, well, obviously we're going through a pandemic, so we have a page with senior encouragement where staff from our elementary schools to middle schools to high schools are all giving in their input for us to create that page. And we're not just crazy kids that are working on this, so we don't want to throw everything on the council either. So we wanted to we build your guys' insights. So within the second, third, fourth, however many editions, we could have separate themes going on. And as we go, obviously, we would get better and better. So in the future, maybe we could have community members giving us their different recipes and DIYs and activities. There's this one for this edition. I don't want to give it out, but we're having two comparisons between two different cultures. Won't tell you in what aspect, but that's going to be really fun. So coming up with more themes definitely would help us out too.
Yeah, I know an inspo for this current edition was in the background of mindfulness, because we've all been going through a different change in reality. So we'd love your words of wisdom, whether it's a quote or just an encouragement in general.
Absolutely. Thank you, Avery. Councilman Garcia from District 5 has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for your presentation. I really appreciate, as has been said, the enthusiasm and the outlook of loving Madera and all wanting us to make Madera better. I would state that let's start with working with city staff as to what we can do. That would be the starting point. We have some great resources within the city. Staff members have different levels of skill. They are our employees. We need to take care of them and make sure that they have everything they need to move forward. I would like to see some of those suggestions you have and encourage you to develop them with our city staff first and foremost. Also, I'd like to ask you, did you go to the east side of Madera when you were looking at sidewalks? Because I can show you some doozies. You know, if you go straight down Yosemite Avenue, which is our gateway to Yosemite, there's huge swaths of non-sidewalks. If you go down to Mr. Holly's district on the east side, you're going to see huge craters. The folks on the east side of Madera have a limited access to vehicles, automobiles, and they typically walk to the store. They have their strollers with their babies. And in the wintertime, they can't navigate the mud. And then in the summertime, they have to go onto the street. So definitely, it's one of my passion issues. And I would encourage you to reach out to our city staff and ask the questions about what are the responsibilities of the homeowners toward sidewalk repair. For me, that was a rude awakening. It costs a resident in Madera over $2,000 to fix the sidewalk, and it's on them. So all of these things, definitely, there's a lot. We can go all night. But thank you very much for your help.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. Any final thoughts from the YLI?
Keep up the good work.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for everyone for your comments. And again, we appreciate the update. Keep up the enthusiasm. We look forward to hearing from you again. And whether we're at a roundtable discussion or Zoom or whatever, nothing is going to stand in either of our ways to get things done. So once again, thank you all very, very much for being here. Isha and Avery and Alexia, thank you for being with us. And send our best to those members who could not be here. Unfortunately, the death in the family and the oral surgery. Please give them all our best, Cynthia. And thank you so much for leading these young group of leaders.
And thank you again, so much appreciation to you, Mayor, and the council for giving us a space to kind of share with you the work that we've been doing over the course of the year and to hear some recommendations that the young people have and feeling and actually responding so enthusiastically about some of these ideas brought forward today. I think that definitely makes the commissioners feel like their work, all this work and time and investment was really well worth it, knowing that they were really well received. So thank you very much for that.
Oh, absolutely. It's contagious.
Well,
Contagious.
Those spots you have empty, get up commissioners out there and tell them to fill that spot for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of interest, and we're really hoping to onboard not just voting members, but also additional honorary members as well.
Great. Thank you all again very, very much. Have a good evening.
You too.
Thank you, everyone.
And remember, Isha, pinky swore. Moving on to our consent calendar. Matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion and one vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired, a member of the public or a member of the council may request an item to be removed from the consent calendar and it will be discussed separately. I will ask if there's any of my colleagues, any members of the council wishing to pull a consent item. Seeing none. I do not see any attendees. I will ask our city clerk if anyone has written or called in regarding consent.
Nothing received, Mayor.
Seeing none, hearing none, I'll bring it back to council for action on the consent calendar.
Mr. Mayor, move to approve consent as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Montes and seconded by Councilman Hawley to approve the consent calendar as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously. And once again, for the record, during presentation, Councilman Jose Rodriguez did join us. If we can enter that into the record, please. Moving on to our first public hearing item, item C1. This is a continued public hearing regarding a general plan amendment and related rezoning of property for reconfiguration of development regarding Pecan Square and council consideration of the Planning Commission's approval of the tentative parcel map 2019-03 and approval of the same with the updated conditions.
And then share.
Yes. Okay.
Mayor and members of the council, I'm Darrell Unruh, interim planning manager, and would like to make a presentation this evening on the next item, which is the general plan amendment 219-03, and accompanying rezone 2019-03, together with 06, excuse me, together with tentative parcel map 2019-03 and tentative subdivision 2019-03. At the conclusion of the hearing and closure of the hearing, the staff is recommending adoption of a resolution ratifying the Planning Commission's approval of tentative parcel map and tentative subdivision map and approval of same with updated conditions. And then subsequent to that, the recommendation is to adopt a resolution amending the general plan land use map to implement the land use changes that I will be reviewing in the staff report. And finally, to waive full reading and introduce the ordinance that would accomplish the rezoning of the property consistent with the updated plan designations. Okay, Jesus, why is that not moving? Okay, now talk. Thank you. I received a bit of assistance there from another staff member. This
no problem at
all. He's much younger and adept at this than I am. This screen illustrates the zoning changes that I just briefly began to describe, and it also depicts the property location with the aerial view. The property is outlined in red with West Pecan Avenue to the north and State Route or Madera Avenue along the east. And you can see the surrounding properties and the context of the property's location and its present condition, which is undeveloped for urban uses, but of course reflects its historic agricultural activity. The zonings that are noted on the left of the screen show the plan development 1500, 3000, and 6000 zones that exist on the property, but will be adjusted in their configuration with the proposed rezoning. Commercial neighborhood exists on the property as well, and will be maybe just minutely reconfigured or moderately reconfigured. The public facilities district still exists. Zoning exists, but it's an antiquated zoning and it's not consistent with the updated general plan, and it will be extinguished by the modifications of the other zonings. And then the general plan that, of course, it goes along with this is the modification of the corresponding low density, medium density, and high density residential planned designations along with the commercial designation. These two maps, the left is the current zoning showing the configuration of the several PD zonings. The larger yellow area on the west portion of the site is the PD 6000 You can see the public facility in blue, which will be extinguished, and then the commercial neighborhood, which will be reconfigured, as shown on the right, with a more usable square pattern, relatively or very close in the same size, but much more amenable to a neighborhood commercial center. The PD 15 will be reconfigured, so it'll have street frontage, which would be appropriate for a higher density residential use. The PD 3000 is somewhat similar in shape, but it is modified a little bit, as you can see in the comparison of the two maps. And then the PD 6000 is reconfigured modestly. These are shows the corresponding planned land use designations that are similar to the rezonings that I just finished describing, again showing the same configuration and a modest reorientation of some of the densities to accommodate a better use and design of those intensities, giving them major street frontage. The tentative parcel map divides the property into two parcels. The eastern half, parcel 1, will be approximately 54 acres for future development, and the parcel 2 on the east is the area that is proposed for the current development. This is the 112 lot single family residential subdivision developed. It'll be developed with the plan development guidelines to implement with the design of the dwellings to facilitate match the dwelling unit or the lot sizes. The ultimate density is about 5.2 dwelling units per acre, consistent with the low density residential designation. And of course, with the subdivision will come really an extensive amount of public infrastructure improvements, since this is a fairly large area, which will now see urbanization, and so the sewer, water, street, sidewalk, storm drainage improvements are pretty significant, and substantial amount of time and effort was exerted by city engineering staff, Mr. Helmuth, and of course the applicant's engineers to resolve difficulties and come to a good understanding of the infrastructure improvements needed to serve the subdivision. This gives a little bit better, maybe a picture of the subdivision and its layout. It shows primary access north to West Pecan. A secondary access will be extended east to Madera Avenue. A park space is going to be provided with this subdivision that can be aggregated with additional open space provided by, as the adjoining area develops to the east, southeast, and south, it could be aggregated into a more notable public recreational open space area. And then it notes again the public infrastructure requirements. A mitigated negative declaration was prepared, which identified potential impacts and the improvements required with the subdivision with respect to water and street traffic improvements to mitigate potential environmental impacts. The recommendation, this is the conclusion that matches the resolutions and the draft ordinance bill that are included in the staff packet. And as I noted, the first item of action is recommended that adopting a resolution ratifying the Planning Commission's approval the tentative parcel map 21903, tentative subdivision map 2019-03, and approval of the same with the updated conditions, and then adopting the resolution, amending the general plan as described in that one of the initial screens that I reviewed with you, and then finally an introduction of an ordinance to rezone the property as described in that initial part of the presentation. Again, I'd like to thank the engineering staff, Mr. Helmuth and his staff, and the city attorney's office, Hilda Cantu Montoy, with an extensive amount of assistance that they provided. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, Councilman Hawley.
Seeing that, we have any park space that's going to be allowed for that development?
Yes.
Didn't show on there. So how much of a park space are they going to be providing?
It is here in at the bottom right corner. It's approximately 1/3 of an acre with this property. I don't know that it would meet their entire fee obligation, so they would be also, I would expect the subdivision to pay park fees as well if this doesn't, is not equivalent to their obligation.
Because that doesn't look big. That looks very small for that size of a log. For those homes, that many homes going in, that's very small of a park space.
There may be, Keith might be able to provide some information as well, but the Subdivision Map Act provides some criteria and thresholds for dedication of park space with each subdivision. It does look small, but for 112 residences, it is proportionate to the population. So it'll be aggregated with additional space expected to be required as the surrounding properties develop to augment and make a more functional and multi-use space.
Yeah, I think that Daryl explained what's going to be happening in the future. That is not the final park area. It will be expanded as the development of that entire tract of land, about 80 acres, continues to develop.
So that other development in the front there, when are they planning to start developing that? Is that going to be in phases, or what are we looking at?
It will be in phases. The city does not have access to a timeline for the other phases. So I cannot say how much time it'll take for this to develop out.
So how many phases is it going to be? Is it going to be 2 or 3? Well, looking at what I'm looking at, I can see 3 phases that's going to be taking place there.
Well, that I cannot say either. I don't know if the applicant's representatives have more insight. This will be a significant development over time with a lot of residents to absorb. So it may take, a fair amount of time. And by fair, I'm not really sure.
Nothing offensive to you, Daryl. The reason I bring that up, looking at other phases that I've seen throughout this city, they all start on phase 1 and say we'll come back and do phase 2, and we never get there. So we're always leaving them open to just do the part that they want to, and then the other 2 phases never get done. Looking at the southeast side, I've seen a lot of those happen, and it doesn't look very pleasing to me when I see we allow them to do phases without agreement.
I think that's a fair question, Mr. Councilman, and it's always good to ask those expectations or have those expectations prior to. I understand completely and agree with you. I do believe the Outlaw C, the amount of acreage that's in that southeast corner is ample for this particular phase. What I like about it is as we grow, as we add phases, we're going to continue to add to that particular centrally located park area. And with the need for affordable housing in Madera, with the projects we have going with a couple of Crown Homes has development, DMP Homes have development, this is a game changer in this particular area. This lot and this particular side of town has needed attention for so many years. Kitty corner from this is going to be, I believe, an Arco station with some small restaurants. There's a Burger King going up on 145. And quite honestly, sooner rather than later, the city more than likely will be annexing in Parkwood, which is just to the east of this development. I think this development is a game changer for the city of Madera and this particular side of town. I look forward to the multiple phases. I look forward to that corner being developed commercially with quite possibly a grocery store or something to that effect that would serve all these new residents. I agree. Keith can explain better on what the requirements are as far as open space or park space. I think this particular phase meets that, but I don't think we'll have any problem moving these units. The question I have, kind of to your point, Councilman Hawley, is before we move on to an additional phase, is there a requirement for this particular phase to have a certain percentage build out?
No, there is not a requirement of that nature.
Okay. And there's different densities with the different phases, that they're not all the same densities as you had mentioned in the beginning of your report, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
I have one more question.
Of course, Mr. Councilman.
When I look at this here, what was the reasons that they didn't put that development toward the front of toward the street side instead of toward the back side to leave that front open? Why was it, I'm looking at this plan and I say, well, why didn't they start up the front part of it and build toward the back instead of going to the back and building toward the front?
I would say, and then the applicant's representatives certainly would maybe provide more insight, but the existing general plan located the commercial on the corner and then higher density to the south. The thinking is the higher density probably generates many more vehicle trips. They should have more proximate access to major street. The single family, which produces a lower volume of traffic, would be more amenable to the interior, having street access connecting out to the major streets. That seems a more conducive land use arrangement rather than putting the multiple family to the interior.
So looking at street size, that means they'll have a street that come off Pecan and one coming in from 145? Or is that going to be a street going back out to Pecan?
There will be a secondary access east to Pecan. Again, if Keith has a better review of it, but that'll be a secondary access, and it may be an interim configuration and reconfigured to as development occurs to the east and permanent street is built to accommodate the design of that future development. It may take on a temporary or interim alignment until the future development is solidified.
I'm still trying to figure out these access. I don't see nothing that precludes. I see 3 entrances, but I don't see where they're going after they come in. My question was, I wanted to know if they're going out to 145 or are they going back up toward Pecan to where it has 2 accesses?
I'll try to go ahead and answer that. Right now, you do see a one driveway off of West Pecan Avenue. That particular driveway in the associated street is offset from the intersection with Monterey. That road is located there because there was a storm drain installed along that road alignment 25, 30 years ago. I forget exactly when it was. So that's the reason that that street is there. The subdivision also does show the two other access points towards the southeast quadrant of it. Both of those will have the ability to go ahead and extend through the rest of the development as it's master planned. The one leading to the east, ultimately that will find its way to the 145 per the maps I've seen before. I don't think that those maps have gelled, but ultimately that the connection to the 145 will likely land about where you see the opening in the median that goes to Parkwood. One of those entrances will probably align with that. And the other one will extend to other uses within that 80 acres. Daryl, I don't suppose you have that conceptual site plan with you someplace, or Jesus, to go ahead and answer the question.
I'm not sure. I could probably find it in the file. I'm not sure how I would display it, but.
Well, the reason I asked that, I was trying to see, since they're not doing that development in the front, what's going to be the accesses for people to get in and out. And by looking at it, I don't see no roads leading to up and down one way or the other. So that was my real main concern. Do we have access besides the one that's coming off Pecan? I see two extra accesses, but where they going, I don't know. How they going to go to 145, or are they going to come down to Monterey? Okay.
Bear with me. I'm trying to find a site plan from the previous planning commission meeting. I may not be successful, but I can try.
Good evening, Council. Daryl, if you would stop sharing your screen, I may be able to share mine and provide that conceptual circulation.
Okay, I'm sorry for my lack of, I need to hit the stop share somewhere.
You do have it, right, Jesus?
My apologies.
Council, can you see my screen?
Yes, we sure can, Jesus.
Yeah.
So this is kind of a rough drawing, but this is conceptually what the circulation would look like. Again, without knowing exactly what development will look like on the east side. However, there are requirements per fire code that require access, at least 2 access roads onto the subdivision. Those conditions, I can't recite those exact conditions for you at this moment, but there is a requirement to have access available from 145. And this has been provided by the applicant conceptually at this point. This may or may not reach fruition as future developments occur.
Just to jump in, the access point that's currently shown on the 145, that likely would not fly with Caltrans. It would need to align closer with the intersection that I was discussing a few minutes ago.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. Councilwoman Gallegos has a question.
Myself. My question is to continue with Councilman Hawley, is that the applicant didn't say if this was going to be a certain phase, putting in all these homes. Do we require other applicants that have a project like this to put in phases if they're putting it in a phase 1, 2, and 3, and then their projection of time frame?
You're on mute, Daryl.
Am I unmuted?
You're good.
The applicant in this case is not purchasing the remainder of this site. I believe there is an intention to, and it's not under a single tentative map. If they had chosen to map the entire site, then they could have designated phases, and the Subdivision Map Act provides really kind of a lenient time period for implementation under phasing. And so even if they had shown phases, state law provides them quite a substantial length of time to build out those phases. In this instance, they have not yet acquired the remainder of the property. Again, maybe the applicant's representatives can elaborate on that.
And this is only tentative, Daryl, that it'll come back to us when there's a complete map of the project. Is that correct?
The final map?
Yes.
Yes. The final map, I believe, would be typically they're approved by the city councils. So
I'll just jump in one more time. There are two maps occurring with this particular project. There is a tentative subdivision map with regard to the residential uses that you viewed on the other map. Then they also have a tentative parcel map that is associated with the larger piece of land. You will not see anything coming forth with the tentative parcel map necessarily. You will see the final map and the subdivision agreement associated with that come through. But the tentative parcel map allows them to take these pieces separately. So they've parceled it out into two pieces. One is the subdivision map and the remaining acreage. So the zoning will allow them to go ahead and do a shopping center at the corner and high density dwelling in other locations and low density, as you see there. So they may yet come through with a subdivision map with the other pieces, but we don't know that at this time.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? I don't see any attendees wishing to speak. I will ask our city clerk if anyone has emailed in regarding this particular item.
Unreceived, Mayor.
Thank you very much. If there's no further questions from council, seeing none, hearing none, I will ask council for action. There are three parts to this item.
Are we taking them separately, Mayor?
You can do them all as one. If we could just recognize each one of them, I would appreciate that.
Okay, I move to approve as presented C1 and C2 and C3.
Second.
Thank you very much. It's been moved by Councilwoman Gallegos.
I think Hilda wants to chime in here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, this one was a little different because we had to come back to do some housekeeping with respect to resolution number 1. Generally, you only see the general plan amendment and the rezoning, but there was a condition that was omitted at the planning commission level, and that's what number 1 addresses. So I would recommend, as the written staff report notes, to at least do number 1 by itself, and then you can do 2 and 3.
Okay. So I will move to approve C1 as presented.
Okay.
The motion has been amended by Councilwoman Gallegos to approve item C1, and I'm sorry, I didn't hear who seconded the motion.
Councilman Garcia.
Mayor Pro Tem Garcia seconded that motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Excuse me, Mayor, if I may, prior to moving on to item C2, I would just want to take a moment to thank Daryl Unruh publicly for his assistance over the past 7 months. I think the council's aware that we had a relatively large void to fill in our planning department. We had a couple of recent departures, and and Daryl was gracious enough to come out of retirement to help us. I think the council and staff here know how appreciative I am of Daryl. I've known Daryl for a very long time, consider him a friend and a mentor. And so when I called Daryl up, he said, you know what? He said, yeah, I'll help you out for a couple of months. Here we are 7 months later, and Daryl is still here. And as the council noted, just simply by the volume of the staff report that was delivered as part of your packet, planning projects are complex. City planning is messy. There's a lot of regulations. There's the MAP Act, there's the Quimby Act, there's CEQA, there's our local codes. There's a lot to process, and Daryl's come on. He's taken this project, which again, this is a large project. It's a complex project. There's a lot of unknowns.
Is it me or did Mr. Rodriguez just freeze?
He just froze.
And usually when we freeze, it's never in a flattering position. But look at Mr. Rodriguez. He looks fantastic, doesn't he? Well, if he doesn't come on quickly, I want to certainly concur, Mr. Unruh, with what Mr. Rodriguez is saying. We appreciate your dedication. This is not easy. And given all the talents that you have, don't worry about the technical portion of it. I think we need to get one of those girls from the YLI to help us all out with this technical stuff. I'm right there with you. Don't sweat it at all. We certainly appreciate your talents.
Thank you. If I may, I would really like to express my gratitude to Jesus. I think he mentored me more than I mentored him. He's an excellent young man, and I have a great deal of respect for him, as well as the other staff and all of the staff that I've met at City Hall. Very impressive. I wasn't that familiar with Madera, actually. Having my entire career in Fresno, and of course the council. I'm very impressed with the council as well, and the effort that you're exerting on behalf of your community. But particularly, I've grown to know some of the staff, and just really have high regard for them.
Great. Fantastic. Thank you very much for that. Why don't we continue to move forward, since we're not quite there approving the entire project yet. C1 has been approved. That leaves C2 and C3. So if there's no further questions or discussions, I'll call for action from council.
I so move to approve C2 as presented.
Second.
I think if it's okay with Hilda, those two we can combine. Is that correct, Hilda?
Okay. I amend my motion for C2 and C3 as presented.
Second.
Been moved by Councilwoman Gallegos and seconded by Councilman Hawley to approve item C2 and C3. Actually, this is item C2 and C3. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. And now I can say, Mr. Unruh, that welcome to Madera. You certainly have a feather in your cap over on Pecan and 145.
And his last day is Friday.
I apologize for my premature speech there, but thank you.
It's quite all right. I can certainly appreciate the excitement. Item C2 on our agenda, that's why I was a little bit confused. This one is the CDBG funding that I had mentioned in the beginning of the agenda that will be moved to a special meeting tomorrow evening. And item C3 will be our next agenda item. This is a public hearing on the City of Madera fiscal year budget and capital improvement program. Is Mr. Rodriguez back with us yet? Why don't we take, this may be an opportune moment to take just maybe a 2 or 3 minute break, and then we will return. is back online. Looks like he's back online. So we'll great. Good to see you, Mr. Rodriguez, and we'll get the rest of the team back so we can proceed.
Everybody's looking at Alicia.
Mayor, whenever you would like me to continue, I'm ready.
You're muted, Mayor.
Can I go one meeting without doing that at least once? I was saying I just want to confirm that Mayor Pro Tem, I see Councilman Rodriguez is with us, Mayor Pro Tem Garcia. When I get confirmation all council is with us, oh, there he is. Fantastic. With that, before we go on to item C3, the city's budget, I want to welcome back Mr. Rodriguez with us and ask if there are any further comments before we move forward to item C3.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. So as I was saying when I froze, I apologize for that. I was simply acknowledging Daryl Unruh publicly for his efforts for the past 7 months. He stepped into a challenging situation. He took it head on. A couple of months ago, we had the COVID-19 pandemic, and Daryl continued to come to work. He tried telecommuting, but he's been a complete trooper. He's helped us out tremendously through this process. We have a new planning manager that came on, Gary Conti. He came on board two weeks ago. But in the meantime, Daryl's really helped us out with Pecan Square, which again, as the council and the community probably noticed, they're very complex projects. There's a lot of moving parts to them. And there's a lot of people with a lot of expertise involved. And as a planner, it's your role to juggle the different areas of expertise of a lot of people to try to make those projects come to fruition. And then he's also been the project manager for Village D, which is 3 square miles with 10,000 homes in our community. And that's a long-term vision, but there are a lot of moving parts to that. There's a lot of players involved. And Daryl has done a magnificent job of really trying to keep those projects forward, and just to try to keep them on schedule. And so for that, again, simply want to acknowledge Daryl. And also want to acknowledge his wife, Karen, who helped him or who allowed him unretire for a very short period to assist us. So with that, again, thank you, Daryl, and thank you to his wife, Karen. And thank you very much, Mayor.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for those words. Moving on to item C3, this is a public hearing on the City of Madera's fiscal year budget and capital improvement program for fiscal year 2020-2021. I believe Mr. Sanchez will start us off.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Roger Sanchez, Director of Financial Services. At this time, I would like to give a brief overview of the fiscal year 2021 budget, and continue with the discussion that we previously had. As previously, we have discussed various items on the finances and budget, including on April 15th, we discussed in detail the financial results for the 2018 and 2019 CAFR. We've also had minor adjustments to the fiscal year 1920 budget. We also had a contract agreement to employ HDL as a new sales and tax consultants, and we had some discussion on that as well. We had the draft of the CAP for the fiscal year 2020-21 through 24-25. And we presented some key assumptions on meeting on June 3rd. And we also presented the proposed budget last week on June 11th, and where we had some discussions as well. Now, I would like to present some additional details tonight. And hopefully council will vote and adopt the budget. So this information has been provided on the last council meeting, including the general fund operating revenues versus expenditures. The reason I wanted to point this slide out is because to let you know that the budget has been reviewed one more time, and there has been no changes. We do expect a surplus of about $20,000 as projected and as previously discussed. So there's no changes to the previous information. Again, as a point of reference, historical general fund revenues by category, we do have the sales taxes for your information. And as you can see, what we're proposing, what we're projecting on the revenues, we can see on the measure K with a slight decrease as projected. Property tax in lieu of vehicle license fee. Property taxes, then the TOT taxes, and the safety Prop 172. As well, the general fund operating expenditures by category, as you can see, the salaries and benefits, materials and services, as it is proposed for the 2021 budget of $9.9 million. We also have the special payments and the transfers as well. We do have the operating expenditures by department, and as you can see, the breakdown, total, we were proposing $35.5 million. Again, no changes from the previous meeting. I will go into a little bit more detail into a few of the bigger departments where you can see the labor cost as well. So I wanted to point out the historical labor cost on police department. As you can see, here are the salaries expenses, the pension cost, medical insurance, and other small items. So this composed of make up the labor cost on police department from a historical perspective. And also we can view the 1920 revised budget, our year-end estimate, and our proposed budget for upcoming year. We also have our historical labor cost for Parks Department. So as you can see on the salaries, we're proposing at $1.6 million for 2021. Again, this is Parks Department, especially subject to further review as COVID 19 unveils and as governor orders changes, as the rules changes, this is subject to change as well. As we can see that our historical pension, medical insurance, and other labor cost. Now we have our engineering department labor cost. We can see our salaries, pension, medical insurance, and other labor costs. We don't have per se employees within the city for the fire department, but we do have contracted services. So the operating cost for the fire department, as you can see, and what is proposed for the 2021. Finally, much of what is needed for services is being realized with the new fire station. So we're planning for that for the upcoming year. Again, the additional cost and funding is direct from Measure K funding. Now with the enterprise funds and labor cost. So one of the questions that Councilmember Rodriguez asked a couple of meetings ago, I believe, was why is it that the pension cost is so much higher on this year? So I checked with, I called Vicky Crow, who is the previous interim finance director, and we checked a few items. We did some digging, and the explanation, it's a combination of a couple of items. One of them is the GASB 68 was implemented, and the whole state struggles. Different cities and counties have struggled to implement the new rule on how to record GASB 68. GASB 68, in essence, is normally with the pension cost, we would normally record the expenses on as we get the bill, we pay the pension. But the new rules, what it does is recognizes the long-term liability related to pension. So there was some a bunch of entries that took place. As you can see, a lot of these expenses really belong to the previous year. On top of the new rules that were implemented, we also implemented a new system, the new financial system, which probably complicated things in addition to the complexities of the pension accounting. So, but as you can see, moving forward, it's a smoother ride on information. So this is the historical water fund. This is what we're proposing for 2021 budget. On the sewer fund, again, information was, there were some complexities, and in addition to the new fund. But as you can see, this is the proposed for 2021 budget. Solid waste, we can clearly see there were some messy information during that year. We even have a negative pension on the solid waste. As you can see, it makes it up on the following year. Proposed budget for solid waste, as it's shown on the chart. Again, this time for historical drainage fund labor cost, and you can see what the proposed is. This looks a little strange because of the rounding on the millions, but it's a smaller amount for labor cost on the drainage. Now, I also wanted to point out the capital expenses that we're proposing. This is in addition to the CAP plan. This is in addition to the projects. So I wanted to bring it to your attention so you're aware of this. So we have a listing of fleet acquisitions as being proposed. A lot of them are through grants. And this is, in essence, a list of fleet that we're requesting. One of the biggest one is the street contract, but it's a replacement from 1993 model. I believe that's what it stands for $125,000. Total request for the fleet is $615,000. For fleet maintenance, we have 3 requests. for a total of $35,000. Information Technology is requesting $27,000 for a couple of items. The biggest one is for a server. And for the water department, it has a service screen. I'm not really sure the details on that, but that's the request right now. So with that, the staff recommends that the City Council conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution approving the budget for the fiscal year 2021, including the 5-year capital improvement plan. So with that, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sanchez. I appreciate that. I'll first ask my colleagues, anyone from council have any questions of Mr. Sanchez or Mr. Rodriguez in this particular case? Seeing none.
Mr. Mayor, I did have a question. I'm sorry. Roger, going back to that slide with the water fund, you did say, you mentioned that there was some entries on that year, and this was probably carrying from 15, 16. Did you say, when you said entries, could you elaborate on that? Was there?
I'll be happy to. I'll be happy to.
Thank you.
So one of the complexities is we have a brand new system, financial system. So that's one area that happened between these 2 years in the transition. I was informed that the system went live on August of 2016. Now, during the same period, the GASB rules require cities and counties to recognize pension liabilities, not only we make payments to the pension cost on an annual basis, every payroll period. Not only that, but also recognize a liability on the balance sheet, meaning recognize the full picture. The best way for me to describe it right now is if you think of a mortgage payment, the way we used to present information in the financial world was we would give what was the monthly payment of a homeowner. What GASB came back and said, no, you need to recognize the entire liability, in essence, the entire mortgage of your home, to see how big is it. So within that, there were a lot of journal entries to recognize, and they were very complicated. Across the state, I remember being at the city of Wasco. At that time, I begged the auditors to make the entries for us because they were so complicated. Everybody was learning those new rules, new items. So I can see a reflection of that period that perhaps it was somewhat neglected on one year, but it was recorded the following year, the full cost. I hope that makes some sense.
Yeah, so basically, I mean, because you don't see anything on 15, 16 for pension. So are you saying that because it wasn't entered correctly in 15, 16, then it's twice the amount for the following fiscal year?
That is right.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. And last but not least, Roger, I did ask you, and just for purposes of maybe showing our community, but whenever you look at a balance sheet for any company or any organization, you know, you want to look at that their current assets are always bigger than their current liabilities. And, you know, they have a ratio that utilizes or shows that the healthy stage of that company. Would we be able to show that in our organization, as far as, you know, they always like to see that you have at least a ratio of 1 where your assets exceed your liabilities. And organizations that are very healthy typically have 1 or 2 times the amount of assets than they do on their liabilities. Is that something that you would be able to point out? Is that something that you can see or say that our city is in a very healthy state?
Absolutely. I will be happy to present that information. And this is part of my pending request on the debt analysis and the health of the balance sheet. I did think about presenting tonight. However, I wasn't sure if the meeting would be long, if council members will be fatigued over long meetings, and I apologize over that. I didn't know if there would be a lot of questions related to the budget, so I focused heavily on the budget. But I certainly will bring that, it's on my to-do list, those details, and bring that analysis on the major funds, including the general fund, the water, sewer, and the bigger funds. That is certainly needed and I'm glad you as a council are asking for this type of information, and I will bring that shortly.
Thank you, Roger. And I'll look forward to that as well. Thank you. So that's the one thing I will ask is, again, only for purposes of transparency to our community, letting them know that, hey, looking at our balance sheets on every one of these funds, here's what it looks like. And for the most part, I think we all can agree that we've had a pretty healthy reserve, and I think we're going to be in good shape. But again, for purposes of this exercise, I think it'd be a good idea moving forward that we continue to show our public as well that this is where we stand. So thank you, Roger. Appreciate you answering those questions. And again, thank you for preparing the budget for us. Thank you.
Very good comments, Mr. Councilman. I appreciate you bringing that up. Very important. Thank you for that. Any other questions from council regarding the budget? I will ask our city clerk if we have any written comments regarding this particular item.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I do. I received 2 public comments in regard to the budget. The first one is from Sharon Bell Stevens and David C. Stevens. I have reviewed the Madera budget proposal for 2020 and 2021. There are areas that I'm concerned about and should be reviewed before it is approved. I have always worked in private business, and the first cost-saving area of expenditure to eliminate was overtime. Most private companies do not allow overtime, period. The job gets done during the scheduled work period. To budget $385,830 in overtime is to encourage the job is not done in the allotted time. A flex schedule can be used to eliminate the need for overtime. I can supply you with the page number and dollar figures from your budget proposal if necessary. To allocate $285,530 overtime for the PD administration, page 155, means flex scheduling is perfect for the police department. The overtime is enough to hire an additional 4 or 5 officers. How can you justify how planning will increase the $429,547 to $641,872 in total expenses? That's page 195 of the budget proposal. A closer look at all expenses individually will reveal that some increases in expenses are not justified. Please take a closer look at this budget proposal before approving it. And the next comment is from Madeline Harris of the Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. Comments regarding the proposed City of Madera budget for fiscal year 2020-2021. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on the fiscal year 2020-2021 proposed budget. Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability partners with communities on a wide range of environmental justice issues, including drinking water and wastewater access, air quality, land use, transportation, housing, and climate justice. The majority of the residents we partner with here in the City of Madera are tenants who regularly experience high rental cost burdens, poor housing conditions, harassment from landlords, or fear of retaliation, eviction or threats of eviction, and at times displacement. Given the lack of widespread access to affordable, high-quality housing in the City of Madera and the scarcity of tenant attorneys who can represent low-income renters in this region, we wish to highlight a few budget proposals surrounding 3 key housing-related issues that address high-priority needs we have heard from community members and make needed resources more available and accessible to all Maderans. 1, additional funding for the planning and construction, of affordable housing. As City Council heard from residents from Laguna Knolls Apartments who feared eviction in November of 2019, When low-income tenants face the threat of eviction or displacement, the scarcity of affordable housing options in the city of Madera and the region at large make the threat of homelessness a tangible fear for families. This issue has continued to arise from our conversations with tenants living in the properties across the city, and residents continue to voice the need for additional affordable housing options in Madera. As a result, the city should direct $500,000 from the general fund into the severely underfunded low moderate income housing fund to help nonprofit affordable housing developers fund the construction of affordable housing in Madera. Additionally, the city must set aside the needed funds for staff time, for example, grant writing, to apply again this coming cycle for affordable housing and sustainable communities grant, as well as for SB $1, transformative climate communities, the TCC planning grant, HCD funding programs, the infill infrastructure grant program, and other programs that would assist in funding the planning and construction of affordable housing. The city's work in successfully securing AHSC funds for the development of veteran housing and clean mobility upgrades downtown is a prime example of what Madera is capable of doing to transform the housing and transportation landscape of the city. Given the incredible need for additional farm worker housing available to all farm workers regardless of immigration status, as laid out in pages 7-76 to 7-77 of the Madera Housing Element, pursuit of funds for the purpose of farm worker focused affordable housing development is needed. Next step for the city. Number 2, remove code enforcement from the police department. As City Council is aware, widespread habitability issues affect tenants across Madera. The existing rental inspection ordinance provides some support to tenants in enforcing landlords' responsibilities to make repairs and ensure standard living conditions for all tenants. However, the housing of code enforcement within the police department may deter many tenants from pursuing their rights out of fear of the police, whether due to immigration status, fear of police violence, etc., contrary to City Council and the city manager's intentions. In order to encourage vulnerable tenants to pursue their rights to rental inspections as needed, the city must remove code enforcement from the police department and instead establish a reliable supervisory structure for code enforcement that is independent of the police. In order to maintain code enforcement's operations, the resource currently provided to the police for code enforcement must be redirected from PD to code enforcement as an independent department. And number 3, allocate funding in the budget to tenants' rights, attorneys, in order to establish a right to counsel for tenants in Madera. Perhaps one of the biggest and most urgent problems facing low-income tenants in the city of Madera is the scarce access to legal counsel regarding tenant matters. We are grateful for the expertise and the service of the CRLA in providing legal services to tenants in Madera, and it is our understanding that there are currently not enough attorneys specializing in tenants' rights who can regularly represent low-income tenants in Madera County. In addition to the need for tenant attorneys for matters relating to housing conditions, there is a widespread need for additional attorneys who can represent anyone regardless of immigration status in eviction proceedings and who can advise tenants of their rights before eviction proceedings begin to prevent displacement and homelessness. Many tenants with whom our organization partners would benefit from legal assistance when it comes to navigating harassment and retaliation from landlords, threats of eviction or eviction proceedings, and other potential legal violations pertaining to their tenancy. For example, unlawful rental increases. In fact, one of the obstacles that has emerged most in our work with tenants in the city of Madera has been hesitance to address habitability issues with code enforcement due to fear of retaliatory eviction, rental increases, or harassment from the property owner. As a result of this widespread need, the city must allocate sufficient funding in the budget to pay for tenant attorneys who can advise and represent low-income tenants for any matters relating to their tenancy, regardless of immigration status, thus creating and implementing a right to legal counsel for tenants in the city of Madera. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide comments regarding the proposed budget. Please do not hesitate to reach out should you have any questions regarding the proposals in this comment letter. We look forward to working with you to ensure that all Madera residents have access to quality, affordable housing. That was the last public comment.
Thank you so much, Alicia. I know that was a lot to read. I appreciate that. And I also appreciate Mr. and Mrs. Stevens and Ms. Harris for their comments. I will ask if there's any questions regarding those comments of council or of staff, if they have any comments towards those public comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Arnoldo Rodriguez, City Manager. A couple of comments. I spoke with Mrs. Harris just a couple of hours ago. She submitted those comments about 3:30 or so, and I reached out to her, and I share a lot of her concerns. I'm in agreement with a lot of them. One of the challenges that Madera has, very comparable to a lot of surrounding communities, it's simply a resource issue. It's not to be dismissive, and it's not to say that one takes precedent over the other. However, at the end of the day, we collectively have some budget challenges. Tomorrow evening, the council is going to be hearing approximately $1.5 million will be considered to be allocated for different types of programs, and some of the issues that Ms. Harris identified will be are going to be considered at tomorrow's council meeting. And again, that's the allocation for community block development grant for both the CARES and the traditional entitlement dollars that the city receives, approximately $911,000. With that being said, Mrs. Harris thanked me, and she expressed gratitude for this council and for the city always willing to pick up the phone and just reach out and talk. And I expressed those sentiments with her earlier today, where I stressed to her that my door is always open, that I'm always willing to talk about these issues. There are issues that exist in our community, they're real, and I fully acknowledge that they do exist, and anything that we can potentially try to do as a community, I fully support. One of the challenges that we have with this budget is that things are very tight right now, and there's a lot of unpredictability right now because of the COVID-19 pandemic. It's caused a lot of anxiety in our community, and it's made budgeting that much more difficult. So again, not to dismiss any of our concerns. However, it's my job to make sure that that the city remains fiscally prudent, that we allocate resources, and again, they're finite resources, as best as I can, and that's the budget that Roger and I prepared, and that's the budget that we presented this evening. Moving forward, if these are items that the council would like to discuss or attempt to allocate funds to, as long as we have that direction from council, we'd be more than happy to take it into consideration. But again, the budget that was presented this evening was based on my experience and some of the comments and feedback that I received from council during my 18 months here. Some of the other comments specifically about the planning department, the planning department budget is proposed to go up a little bit. One of the reasons for that is we do have approximately $100,000 allocated for contract private planning services. As this council and our community are aware right now, our planning department's a little bit short on staff. So we do have two contracts for $50,000 each with two private planning firms for contract planning services. That does not mean that we're going to use all $100,000, but again, that we do have that opportunity right now. So as projects are coming, private development projects are coming forward, very similar to the Pecan Square project that was discussed earlier today, we can reach out to private planning consultants to make sure that we can expedite those. So again, that's our attempt to make sure that we're not holding up private development, and at the same time, specifically housing development, which I think helps or addresses some of the issues that Ms. Harris addressed earlier in terms of making sure that we're expediting entitlements and making sure that we can try to get much needed housing built in our community. So with that, hopefully that addresses some of those issues, but I would be glad to further discuss or highlight any of the items outlined in those comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. And I certainly appreciate Ms. Harris, her role as an advocate and being the voice for sometimes the voiceless. She's done a fantastic job, but I personally want to address a couple of the issues just for the record. When it comes to the planning and construction of affordable housing, as we just approved the Atamian property, and I mentioned before, Crown Homes has two different projects. We have a number of permits pulled for housing for the city of Madera. But I also want to talk about, which Ms. Harris did point out, the downtown housing project on 5th and C Street, the 48-unit project, and I appreciate that she did that. But farm labor housing as well. Pomona Ranch, we have 50 units at Pomona Ranch that are full every year, and I would certainly love to explore through the Housing Authority and Moore's for quite possibly expansion out in that particular area. So I appreciate her bringing that to the attention of this council. As far as code enforcement and the police department, I just can't stress enough the level of trust that we are blessed with in the city of Madera with our police department and our residents. I have been to a number of neighborhood watch meetings where our men and women in blue are looking our residents in the eye and saying, we do not use immigration as a form of identification. And I think that our police department has worked very, very hard in tandem with our code enforcement to offer that olive branch, to offer that support, to offer that line of communication. Certain members of this council supported. As a matter of fact, Councilman Montes actually authored and wrote the rental inspection program, which was designed to support and help those residents who were being treated unfairly. And so we can certainly improve upon that. We can always improve at our police department and at the council level. But I just wanted to make a note of that we have made lots of efforts to gain the trust of our residents. And more recently, where this council wanted to set aside funding, the COVID funding for those having a difficult time paying rent, paying mortgages, and having difficulty paying their utility payments. And again, all that was in support and in conjunction with Ms. Harris and the group that she supports. And then we also offer CDBG funding every year, and I believe CRLA applies for that, and they get some money for legal services. And so this council in this city, I think, has made some great strides in supporting some of the things that Ms. Harris is asking us to do. And I believe this council feels comfortable in continuing that support. So I just wanted to make that note, Mr. Rodriguez, and to my colleagues. Any further questions towards those comments? Yes, Councilwoman Gallegos.
I was real diligent about going through the budget a few years ago, and one concern I had as a councilwoman and hearing from my constituents was the overtime. And so when Chief Lawson came into the position as our chief of police, I sat with him and he explained a lot of that because I was concerned about the big amount that was, the big chunk that was there. So if we could give him a few minutes, I know this meeting's going to go long because we're just on C3. Maybe he can just highlight a couple things that he shared with me. And then if Chief Lawson maybe has some time, we can meet with the Stevens or make a phone call or Zoom or something to kind of explain it a little bit more clearly, because after I sat with him, I was like, whoa, eyes got open and had no idea how that came into effect. So if we give Chief just a few minutes, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, of course.
Well, thank you, Councilwoman Gallegos and Mayor. So what I'd like to start out is our actual budgeted overtime is $261,000. And honestly, you can go in and you can add the numbers. As we have like paid positions such as the school officers, housing authority, CCP, overtime is built into what they're paid for. And so there'll be an overtime section there, but the different entities pay for that. So our overtime budget at the PD is $261,000, and that's for the entire police department. We need to keep that in mind. And of course, in the private sector, I agree. You could get away without overtime. However, we operate 24/7 hour operation, and it's public safety, and everything that's done by the officers, report writing, court overtime, investigations, outreach, homeless issues, parades, SWAT, all of our training. And then we have call outs where an emergency will go down. We have to call people in from home where they get called out for court. And there's MOU agreements. All that is overtime. So an officer will work 12 hours, they work a 12-hour shift, and after that shift, they will have gone to at least 12 calls, and those 12 calls are all significant paperwork. Well, they have to come back to the PD after their shift is over and then sit down and write reports, and that's overtime. And then they'll work 12 hours, they'll get off on a graveyard shift, and then they have to go and sit in court all day for 8 hours. So everything that we do it's personnel intensive, and it is overtime driven. And if we tried to look, when I came in, to look at flex days. One, there's an issue with the legality of it. And the other thing is, if you change a schedule, you have to give 2 weeks notice. And then when you implement flex days, and it sounds good on paper, however, with law enforcement, public safety, when you try to implement the flex days, not enough days in the 2-week work period to give the officers the days off. And then when you give the days off that they earned so that you don't have to pay the overtime, then we run short on shift. And when you run below minimums, what are you going to do? We don't have enough people to police the city. And then also in our dispatch area, we have the minimum standards that we have to meet. So if someone calls in sick, or they're out, or they're on vacation, we have to cover those shifts. And that's done with overtime and dispatch, and the same thing with records. So that number is for the entire police department. And believe me, I am a penny pinching fool. I hate spending overtime, and I make all of our people accountable for it. But the truth of it is, you can't operate without an overtime budget within the police department. And a lot of that too is the overtime that I said, but then you have the emergencies that occur. You have the investigations. Well, you'll have a homicide suspect, and we'll run until we apprehend the individual, or until the leads dry up. And that can be where we're running our investigations units 3-4 days in a row, and they get minimum sleep and they come in. That's all overtime. And then you have to backfill with other positions in the PD to cover. So it's very employee intensive. And that's why we need the overtime. I would love it. And I think every chief in this nation would love it if we could run more as a private sector, and you do your time and that's it. You can go home. Public safety just doesn't operate like that. And on the code enforcement issue, if I can real quick, they are some outstanding people doing outstanding work. One thing that I would say, that to say that sectors of our community are afraid because of immigration issues, there may be a small group of that, but I have, everywhere I go and every time I talk, we are not about immigration issues. If you live within our city, you are our citizens, and we take care of you. We don't look at immigration status. We're here to protect and serve and to help our community. And if your immigration status is not that you're a citizen and you have a problem with a landlord, our citizens know that they can call us and we're going to come out, and we're not going to jam up over immigration. You are a citizen, we're going to fix your problem. And so that's just kind of, it's a touchy issue with me, because it's one of the things that I truly believe in our organization department. And I know our city stands for it, that if you live in our city, it doesn't matter what your immigration status is or anything else. We're here to protect and serve and take care of you. And that's what we're going to do every day. And as long as I'm the chief here, that is what we are going to do and continue to do. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief, for your comments. I appreciate that very much. Any other comments or questions from council? I will close public comment, bring it back to council for action on item C3, our fiscal year budget and capital improvement program for fiscal year 2021.
I still move to approve C3, our 2021 fiscal year budget and capital improvement program.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Gallegos and seconded by Councilman Robinson to approve item C3 as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you all very, very much. Moving on to item D1, this is approval of a new Schedule A agreement with the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, or CAL FIRE, from July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll go ahead and share my screen to start this presentation. Just confirming you can see it.
There we go.
All right. Once again, Assistant Chief Matthew Watson, Madera City Fire Department. Before you use item D1, it's the agreement with CAL FIRE for a Schedule A agreement for the terms of 1 year. The Schedule A agreement with CAL FIRE will run from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021 for fire service operations if approved by council. This 1 year agreement will be between the City of Madera and CAL FIRE for almost $7 million. The agreement covers personnel for Fire Station 56, 57, and 58. In 1993, when CAL FIRE took over operations of the City Fire Department, there was 2 fire stations, 2 frontline fire engines, 1 reserve, 1 squad, 1 utility and air unit, and 1 battalion chief vehicle. There was a total of 19 firefighting personnel with 5 firefighters on duty. Prior to 1993, there was a total of 21 firefighters and 4 chief officers. And at this point today, we're operating with a total of 18 firefighters and 1 chief officer. The population in 1993 was 25,000, and today we're plus or minus 66,000. Most of this increase is largely due to the additional staffing of the new Fire Station 58. Station 58 is the newest fire station built in Madera in 42 years. There's also the operation of ladder truck 58, and the cost of staffing Station 58 will be supported by Measure K. One of the items we want to bring before you tonight also is an addition of a 2nd battalion chief to help manage the city fire department. Part of this, us bringing this to you, is a requirement of Senate Bill 1205, and the cost of the additional value battalion chief will be supported by Measure K funds and inspection fees that are allowed through Senate Bill 1205. With the approval of the Schedule A agreement, we'll now staff 3 fire stations, 2 frontline engines, 2 reserves, 1 Type 6 brush engine, 1 all-terrain vehicle that the board approved, so the council approved last year, 1 utility, 1 air unit, a total of 27 personnel with 9 people on duty, with an estimated population of just over 65,000. You'll see an additional about $1 million in this, and that's for the additional 8 personnel. So the agreement's going to go from 4.6 to 5.7. And if you look at the numbers between last year's budget, this year's budget, you'll see the addition of 1 captain, or 1 battalion chief, 3 fire captains, 1 engineer, 3 firefighters. This is only the 2nd time that we've asked for an addition to the staffing in 27 years. When we first brought over the contract, there was 5 people on duty a day, and about 12 years ago, they went to 6 people a day. And now with Station 59 or 58, we're asking for 9 people a day and the additional chief officer. So in 27 years with this agreement, you haven't seen an ask, but there is a need, and the need is now to help manage the city fire department, to help with Senate Bill 1205 with these mandated inspections. Currently, the positions of Station 58 are unfilled or vacant. The city did apply for a SAFER grant, which would help fund some of the firefighting positions. The status of this grant is pending. The battalion chief is proposed. However, staff is still in the process of reviewing how to best comply with state mandates. Senate Bill 1205, as of December, will be 2 years behind with coming up with a plan for inspections. December of this year will be 1 year behind of completing inspections. The Madera Fire Department recommends the City Council of Madera to adopt resolution approving a new Schedule A agreement with the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection from July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021 for fire service operations, and authorize the mayor to sign the agreement on behalf of the city. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Chief Watson. Appreciate that. Councilwoman Gallegos has a question.
Yeah, Chief Watson. My question is to comply with Senate Bill 1205, and because it's mandated inspections. You're saying only battalion chief can do these inspections? Our captains cannot do these inspections? Our firefighters can't do these inspections?
Yeah, I mean, everyone will participate in inspections, but with civil service classification and job duties, is someone at that battalion chief level would need to be able to facilitate that program, interact for second inspections, or if there's a complaint or some type of thing that would be above that person's civil service classification to do that. And
so you're saying a captain's qualifications are not at that level?
A fire captain be more station management, like of a fire engine crew. It wouldn't be a program manager.
Well, I'm asking because we're asking our employees here in the city of Madera and our PD to run lean right now because of our budget and the finances that we're in, and with the sales tax being withheld and everything that's happening with the COVID-19, and especially not receiving Measure K dollars like we have in the past. That's why I'm asking if this is something that we could look in training, if it's needed, or redesign a job description for a captain to take on, if that's possible. I'm just looking and saying that, you know, we had 4 captains and now we have 7. And so that's the questions that I have.
Yeah, and so, I mean, a captain could facilitate inspections, but running the program and because currently the city went from 4 battalion chiefs or 3 battalion chiefs and a fire chief. That's what they were funding prior to 1993. Today they fund 1 battalion chief. They on my position, I can tell you I spend about 50% of my workload, and I'm 100% state funded. And I have state business I have to do, but I do that because that's part of the agreement. In most agreements, this agreement's old enough that there was no chief officers that were part of the agreement. So part of this is getting someone to help manage. Right now, the city only has 3.5 days of battalion coverage, and the county is covering, the county has 2 battalion chiefs, so they're not only covering the other 3.5 days, they're covering vacation, sick, other times for the city battalion chief. And so it's a little out of balance, and a captain can't do battalion coverage because it has to be a chief officer level. A captain can't do, they can do supervision of a fire crew, they can't do supervision, disciplinary things, make management type decisions. So, you know, right now, I mean, and that's why I'm saying it's the first ask in 27 years that we're bringing staffing. Part of that is a new station, and part of that is 1 additional chief officer. And I mean, go ahead.
And I understand that, Chief Watson. I'm just saying that you know, this is something we were saying we've been behind for 2 years and we haven't had a plan put in place. And so other programs that we've had to put in place, even in parks, all our parks is gone right now, COVID-19, and everybody is running lean. For me as an elected to look to bring in somebody, even though it's well needed, and I get it that we haven't hired of another battalion chief, and the county has several, but right now and this time and day that we're looking at, I think it's asking a lot of just not just fire, but just overall in our city, because our employees everyone is important here in the city of Madera. No other employee I feel is above the other, and you've seen how we've asked even to cut your budget with office supplies, and so I'm just trying to say, think out of the box so we can be more creative in looking at if we need to send somebody to training to get that, or alleviate some time to put that in motion. And those are the questions that I have, and that's why I'm concerned about it. I don't have a problem on approving the firefighters for Station 58. It's the battalion chief that I'm thinking if we can run lean like everyone else is doing it in our organization. That's where my concerns are tonight.
Well, and I can tell you that we are already running lean. To open that fire station, we should have had 9 positions. That battalion chief would have been 10. but we reduced that we reduced it from 10 to 8. And so we already are running lean. If you look, I looked at the city of Merced, and they run a deputy chief, which is one rank above me for fire inspection type items. And they have the fire engine crews assist also. We also looked at outside contracting outside, and the person we reached out to was about $315,000 to do these inspections for the city. And obviously the cost is offset with the inspection fees. And so that person proposed 2.5 employees. And so what they needed 2.5 employees for, I feel we can do with 1 battalion chief and assistance from the engine crews.
Right. And talk about lean. Lean is when we went into contracted services, because back in the day when I was younger, we had, if correct me if I'm wrong, did we not have like at least 6 firefighters at each station when they were employed by the city of Madera, not contracted by CAL FIRE?
Yeah, so the total number of employees for the city with opening a new station and with the battalion chief is less employees than the city had prior to 1993 for the fire department. So I mean, and you know, our lowest level firefighter starts out at minimum wage, and obviously as ranks go up and responsibilities go up, that also does their wage. But so I mean, we are even opening a 3rd fire station, we're only having 2 more people on duty a day, and we're really less bodies with 3 fire stations versus 2.
Right. Well, if any of my colleagues have other questions, I'm just feeling that just right now, until things get better and the COVID-19 I know things are going to go back to normal for a long time, but with not receiving that Measure K sales tax that we thought we were projecting, it just makes me a little worried, and I'm just uneasy about it.
Well, if I can
if somebody else has a question.
Well, if I can make one recommendation, either, I mean, if the council choose to approve as presented, I mean, that's one possibility. Another possibility would be approve as presented and come back prior to hiring a battalion chief, and so we can go over the Senate Bill 1205 item and explain the cost reduction from the inspections versus the cost of the employee. I mean, if it's approved as presented, that at least allows us to move forward to the next step of working through the state system even before we hire. I mean, it would have to go to Sacramento to get a position code, but there has to be an approved agreement. It doesn't mean we have to fill the position. So we could approve this and salary save that, or come back and to council and present Senate Bill 1205, our plan, and show the total cost then. I mean, it's totally up to you. You guys set the standard of service for the city, and the Senate bills and laws you guys want us to enforce. So that's totally up to you. You guys set the level of service.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Councilwoman, for your comments. Councilman Montes has a question, and then Councilman Rodriguez will be after that, followed by Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And then Chief Watson. So I kind of wanted to touch on that program, the inspection program. So has that been fleshed out, or I mean, because part of the new employees are going to be paid with inspection fees or user fees, right?
Correct.
And is that already kind of developed, or is that cookie cutter? Is that something we can, turnkey, we can implement from other jurisdictions that do the same thing? Or is that something that we're going to, go ahead.
Yeah, obviously a lot of agencies, they're going to take what someone has, plagiarize it what they can, and make it their own that fits their city. But I mean, there's a lot of benefits of the fire department doing inspections, not only compliance with Senate Bill 1205, but it helps identify potential problems of fire hazards. It keeps with the law and observing statutory requirements, pre-planning in case of emergency, fire inspections of helping establish public relations. So, I mean, those are all things. If our firefighters know the city basically inside and out, it gives you the opportunity to go into these apartment buildings, hotels, schools, commercial buildings, based on the Senate bill to do these inspections. And part of that is pre-planning, part of that is fire prevention. And there's nobody else better in the city to do those inspections than a battalion chief to lead that program and the fire crews to help with those inspections.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Medellin. Chief Watson, so back on that Senate bill, prior to that, who was typically required to do these inspections? Was that like a fire marshal or retired fire marshal that would normally take on these inspections?
Yeah, so typically is the city has not, there was some case law that the case law basically said if you did the inspections, you had to continue to do the inspections. And if you identified a hazard and then stopped doing the inspections and something happened, then it created some liability issues. So based on that case law, is if you never did the inspection, then you were kind of ignorant to it and you wouldn't have known of the hazard. But since the ghost ship fire in the city of Oakland, that's where all this came from, is now they've mandated inspections, and they identify the fire chief as the person having responsibility. So that's why we're bringing it to you, and instead of maybe adding a fire marshal type position, because the fire chief can have the authority, or it can be a fire marshal type position, which is typically a higher level, higher paid position, definitely than a battalion chief.
So, and following up with that, so when it comes to someone wanting to build something in Madera or a rehab, then they have to go to our building official. And would this be the case where someone like a battalion chief would then take the role of that inspector in order to check for fire hazards?
So this would be post-occupancy inspections of Senate Bill 1205. The city has when I say this battalion chief and these fire, that's a full-time position in itself. And just same as reaching out to a contractor or vendor that would provide it, they were looking at 2.5 employees just to do Senate Bill 1205. So you guys have, in my opinion, a great fire marshal contracted services, and just looking at knowing the costs around the state of California, the city of Madera is getting a good deal with those services as well as fire protection and CAL FIRE. So they're two separate things. They can be combined, but you'd probably look at, instead of 2.5 employees just for this one project, if it was everything and combined, you'd probably 5 or 6 employees.
So again, I'm sorry, Chief Watson, I wanted to clarify this. So in a case with the Senate bill and in relation to building inspections, is that something that the city can combine? Now that we're talking about cost savings, can you utilize a battalion chief to do those services if needed?
No, because that battalion chief's full-time duties would be solely with the post-occupancy inspections. I mean, yes, that person could probably facilitate a program like that, but that takes a lot more in-depth conversations between us.
Okay. And last question, I know this is a 1-year agreement, so and a lot of these positions are being funded by the Measure K. So in the midst of this pandemic that we're going through now, obviously we've heard, and I think you were part of the conversation, that certain revenues will be lacking in this period. So it kind of concerns me as to what the anticipated revenues will be for Measure K. And if any case we don't get the anticipated funds, then what will we do with these positions? Is it something that we can have reductions done if need be? Kind of alluding to what the point that Councilwoman Gallegos had made in regards to just running lean. I know this is a 1-year agreement, but again, if it does come to where the funds are not there, can we have that conversation?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a conversation we can have, and we're well within the budget guidelines that the city's laid out for us. And another thing to remind you is this agreement is a do not exceed amount, and we've came under budget and under contract every year. It's between 100,000 to sometimes up towards 400,000, just depending on the year. But we're typically between that 100 and 300,000 mark of coming under contract, under the contracted amount. And I don't think we've ever went under that 100,000 mark. So
Thank you, Chief Watson. Now, you did say that you would be able to follow up with the comparison of those two employees in relation to the battalion chief and how that would save money to the city, correct?
Yeah, the difference would be about $24,000 between a battalion chief and a fire captain. And I know there's people in the community or a member of the community that's reached out and talks about the cost of a battalion chief. But, you know, right now, our current battalion chief may get some overtime because there's only one position. Once there's two positions, just like the public comment is, you know, is if you have more people, you can tend to reduce overtime. And same thing as PD, we have overtime built into the contract in case someone gets hurt, vacations. This would be the first time, you know, with adding this third station. So, I mean, there is a potential to reduce the earnings of the current battalion chief. So, I mean, so if you look at the overall numbers, that battalion chief's wages may go down when we add a second position.
It washes out due to the fact that you won't have that much overtime, is what you're saying.
Correct. It's not going to wash out the entire cost of a battalion chief, but the difference between a captain and a battalion chief, you have a lot more liberties with them when it comes to managing employees and being a chief officer on the scene of a fire.
Thank you. I'm sure we have other council members that have other questions. Thanks again, Chief Watson.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. Mayor Pro Tem Garcia has been patiently waiting. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate my colleagues flushing this out. I think it's they've raised some very good questions and concerns. Agree with some of them. I am very excited about the addition of the firehouse and bringing on some employees there. But I would like to say, if Mr. Rodriguez, City Manager, could you chime in on this and give us your thoughts?
Yes,
I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely, Council Member. Thank you. A couple of thoughts, and just to provide a little bit of context here. When I first arrived, I met with our Chief Building Official, Steve Woodworth, and Chief Watson, and one of the things that I brought up was who is conducting post-occupancy inspections. At that point, Senate Bill 1205 had already been in effect for quite some time, and that's when I discovered that the city historically had not allocated any funding or a position to do post-occupancy inspections as outlined by the bill, which again had already, it was in place at the time. Since then, a couple of things have evolved. Chief Watson and I have had a lot of discussions along with our Chief Building Official about what's the best structure for the program. Is it better to bring on a fire marshal and have a full-time city hired position, or does it make more sense for the city to contract with CAL FIRE for that position? And we've gone back and forth. We've had some very lively meetings, but we've all expressed different positions about what best serves the community of Madera. This is going to be a new program for the city of Madera. There are going to be some community members that are going to have to become accustomed to it. But again, at the end of the day, it's to ensure that buildings are safe to occupy for the public and making sure that those buildings are safe for the employees that work in those buildings. And so when we're saying post-occupancy inspections, it's largely commercial and industrial and apartment complexes. So as Fire Station 58 has evolved, and we've postponed the opening of that fire station, and we've applied for a SAFER grant. And to give a little bit of context, we're hopeful that we're going to hear back from the federal government around December for that grant. And what that grant provides is funding for 5 firefighter positions for up to 3 years. When we initially applied for it, it was not 100% funding, but my understanding now is that it does pay for 100% of the firefighters for up to 3 years. And Chief Watson is shaking his head yes, or he's nodding, I should say. He's not shaking, so he's nodding, so he's confirming that. We're extremely hopeful, and all indications is that we're in the running still. Again, I'm not going to tell the council it's guaranteed because we won't know until December. So as we started talking about how can we get this program off the ground, one of the ways we've identified it is with the battalion chief, but with a substantial amount of help from an engine company, because we know that one position, it's not going to be enough to go out to all of our community businesses, because again, we are a relatively good sized city and we have a lot of buildings in our community. There's a couple of saving graces. One, this is a 1-year contract. If in 1 year, if things financially don't seem to be working well, or if the contract isn't working well, Chief Watson and I will sit down and we'll talk about it. And I'm absolutely positive that we can work out a deal that better suits the needs of our community members. The other thing, I'm just as concerned about this council as I am, probably even more so than a lot of community members about our budgets. Council may recall that just a short time ago, the budget that you approved does allocate $130,000 for a reserve fund. Last year, we allocated $130,000 towards a fire department Measure K reserve fund. And last year, we were doing so well that we actually allocated double. So we allocated $260,000. So in a reserve account for the fire department alone, we have $390,000. So again, in case of an emergency, we do have roughly $390,000 on there in case the Measure K funds don't come to fruition, or if there's a lag in the economy. The other thing is that we've also set aside engine replacement funds, including this budget, we'll have $400,000. So that's a new program. So again, the goal is to reserve that money. So all that to say, it is going to take money to implement this program. However, we can always revisit it, and I'm confident that if the program is not working out very well, and I'm saying well, not necessarily for our organization, but for the community and for our residents, if we get the sense that we have to amend the contract, if we have to modify it, it's a new contract every year, and I'm confident that Chief Watson and I can sit down and we can revisit it. The other thing is that if the council were to approve this contract this evening, we're not going to hire the battalion chief tomorrow. Rather, what Chief Watson and I are going to do, along with our chief building official, Steve Woodworth, we'll sit down to make sure that we have a game plan. We're also going to be bringing in Chief Lawson to make sure our code enforcement department's on board, and making sure that we have a very well thought out program in place, because this is going to change how we operate in the city of Madera for post-occupancy inspections, something we have not been doing. And so we would want to be sure that we're using the carrot and not the stick approach, that we're educating people to make sure that at the end of the day, again, that we're being very considerate, but at the same time, our community's safe. So with all that to say, I'm supportive of it, knowing that we have some time here. If the Measure K funds do not come to fruition, or if they're not materialized, we can always hold off on hiring the position. And at that point, we would identify another route to make sure that we're in compliance with the Senate bill, Senate Bill 1205. Our goal is to be in compliance with that Senate bill. And this is really, it's an approach with limited means, and that's what we're trying to comply with, without bringing on a whole lot more bodies to try to comply. I'm hopeful it's going to work, and but if it's not, I would be the first to come back to council and say, you know what, we need to revisit this program. It's really not working out for us. So thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Rodriguez. I appreciate that. That was actually, you had alluded to a question that I had. July 1 is just in a couple of weeks. So besides the battalion chief, the rest of the personnel, have we made movement, or have we scheduled the rest of the personnel? We don't have the fire station quite open yet. So for the other proposed positions, when do we plan on hiring those people, and when do we anticipate the fire station opening?
So I don't want to speak on behalf of Chief Watson, but one of the things that we're looking at is the SAFER grant. One of the items with the SAFER grant is it has to be new fire personnel. And so we definitely want to get the fire station open. So Chief Watson and I have talked about potentially shifting some bodies around. We have our new fire truck 58, which is temporarily housed at Fire Station 57. So we're looking at potentially modifying some shifts around to get the fire station open sooner rather than later. But in terms of bringing full-time employees, again, the SAFER grant is for full-time employees only. And so not to say it's handcuffing us, but this is a great opportunity to really do our community an enormous service and potentially be the benefactors of several $1 million for our fire department. So Chief Watson, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, it's the same thing as city manager 100% correct when we're proposing this agreement, it's for 9 people a day on duty on the fire engines. You may not see 9 people a day, depending on how our budget's doing until the SAFER grant kicks in. So Station 56 on Lake Street is obviously the busiest, and we're going to need to keep that at 3 people a day. But I think with some overtime and moving a couple of shifts around, I think we can have more than 6 on, but not 9 on duty a day most days. So it's just going to be a matter of squeezing those budget dollars the best we can until we get word on the SAFER grant. And I mean, we don't want to jeopardize that SAFER grant. I think it's the benefit to the city is $2.4 million over 3 years. So, I mean, we're going to open that fire station. We're going to get it up and running. But, what it looks like based on our budget and waiting on the SAFER grant, you initially won't see 9 people a day. So there'll be a savings in this contract already just based on that. But we have to, for the CAL FIRE agreement, it has to be a do not exceed agreement, has to have all the positions listed and so this is kind of a max cost agreement. Not all of our employees are senior, but this agreement's based on senior employees. So so with that, I mean, you probably see 7 to 8 people on duty a day, depending on how much wiggle room we have trying to do our best and save the budget.
Thanks very much for that, Chief. And I want to thank my colleagues for bringing up some very valid points as we discuss budgets and personnel. It's incumbent upon this council to make sure that we are pinching pennies and at the same time providing the best service possible to our residents. And as we enter into fire season, this weekend is the first day of summer. And quite frankly, it's not if, but when we talk about fires, it's that balancing act between money and budgets and keeping our community safe. And it sounds to me like with you, Chief, and Mr. Rodriguez, you guys have a pretty good handle on making sure that we can provide both. Councilwoman Gallegos, you had a comment.
Yeah, so it's for City Manager Rodriguez. The SAFER grant will come in December, and we're looking to hire this battalion chief in January. Is it possible just to bring it back to council, the battalion chief in January? Look what our finances have been with Measure K dollars because of the pandemic between now and January 1. Is that possible? That's something that we can look at, City Manager?
I think we can do that. It's my only concern is making sure that we're still in compliance with the Senate bill. So if the council would allow me to review that, I'd probably have to come back because I'll confess I don't have the Senate bill memorized, and I'm not very familiar with some of the conditions that have been placed on it with timing. And I just wouldn't want to say yes and then have the city run afoul of a state regulation and then potentially jeopardize future funding. So I think the timing, if the council's okay, my request this evening would be to approve as is with the stipulation or within.
Councilwoman Gallegos, do you mind if I add to that?
Yes, Chief, go right ahead.
Okay, so the earliest that we would be even looking to adding that battalion chief position would be January, because there is some of the preliminary work that we can have Chief Forga work on, that I'll work on. So our plan with the agreement is we can't even look at adding that position. We have to go through hiring authority through SAC HR. So, I mean, just to get the authority to get a position code is going to take us somewhere between 4 and 6 months. So the earliest that, and I don't want to speak on behalf of the city manager, but the earliest we would do is come back. I mean, we'll bring the Senate bill back, but I mean, my ask is this is part of the agreement? Because this may be part of the future plans. Our plans aren't to hire, and I can tell you that we'll come back to council with the Senate bill and make a recommendation. And we won't hire that battalion chief until the council is fully comfortable with our Senate Bill 1205 plan and the hiring of that battalion chief.
Good point, Chief. Thanks very much. I'm sorry, Councilwoman You're on mute.
Chief, my question just wasn't just a battalion chief. My question also was to look in to see if a captain can also do that, be trained in doing that. If there's another thinking out of the box that we're trying to do now with what we're the cards that we've been dealt. It's totally different. It's not the way we run our agency. We've had to do that with all the departments in the city of Madera. So that's what I'm asked too, is to go back and look out of the box to see if that's something a fire marshal that could do that, would be more efficient, or could it be a captain that we already have to retrain? And that's what my ask is to kind of look out of the box.
Yeah,
Councilman,
we can definitely explore. I mean, that'll be part of the conversation. Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, Mayor Madon. I was just going to make a comment. If someone can please run by and give Arnoldo a glass of water or something, because he froze on us there again. There he is. There. Anyhow, just going back to what I think Arnoldo had mentioned, is that the fire department has set aside some reserve funds. I know it's not a lot. I think Arnoldo had mentioned somewhere in the ballpark of 300,000, and then an engine reserve for about 400,000. So that being said, I would take that that's a prudent approach in looking at this one-year agreement, that if things don't go as planned, and again, alluding back to what Councilwoman Gallegos had mentioned regarding Measure K funds, if they don't really present themselves as anticipated, then we can visit that and possibly not bring that additional position if that's what the cards are dealt. And just going, I think city manager brought up a good point, but at the same time, are we putting the cart before the horse and hoping that we're going to get these funds? And secondly, is that we don't know what those revenues will be here in the next couple of months and in the upcoming fiscal year. But I feel confident in our city manager, and I think if he feels confident that this is the right decision, then I would strongly support him moving forward. But also looking into what Councilwoman Gallegos had mentioned, we are running lean, and we ask that you also do the same, Chief Watson, with your department, so that we can find creative solutions to be able to accommodate these budgets that we're running lean on. But thank you again, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the time.
Of course, thank you very much for your comments. I'll ask our city clerk if we have any written comments on this particular item D1.
None at this time, Mayor.
Thank you very much for that. I'll ask for any final thoughts from council. Once again, I appreciate everyone's concerns and being fiscally responsible during this not only difficult but unknown time as it pertains to our budget. But I do just want to make a point to Mr. Rodriguez's point. Let's not do anything to jeopardize that grant funding. So as was mentioned before, we certainly trust that he will be fiscally responsible, but let's do everything in our power to get that grant funding. That would be huge to pay for firefighters for up to 3 years. Mayor Pro Tem Garcia.
Hey, yeah, I just want to say that I'm looking at this as a positive, but I just don't want to be worried down the line that we don't have the straight answers to our questions about the funding, about who and all can do the technical aspect of this, because that's over my head. But I just want to make sure that we're in compliance and we can move forward with this and then adjust if need be. And that's what I'm hearing. So I'm hopeful that we can actually get this done like this. So yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other comments from council or staff?
Spaceship.
What is that? Was that a spaceship that just flew by, or? So, seeing no other comment, I'll bring it back to council for action.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to approve agreement as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Robinson and seconded by Councilman Rodriguez to approve item D1 as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
We can have a roll call vote, please, Alicia, for the record.
Councilmember Holly,
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Montes,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Gallegos,
No.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Mayor Medellin.
Yes.
Final vote is 6-1, motion passes.
Thank you very much, Alicia. I appreciate that. And just for the record, Mr. Rodriguez, this time when you froze, it wasn't so flattering. And if you want to know the employees who were laughing at you, I'll talk to you after the meeting and let you know who they were. You guys know who I'm talking about too. I saw you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Chief. I'm not sure what background noise that is. If I can remind those who aren't speaking to mute yourself, please. Moving on to administrative reports. This is item E1. This is the placement of the 150 solar street lights purchased through the NG project.
It sounds like Mr. Rodriguez's microphone is malfunctioning.
Hi, good evening, Mayor. If I can, Arnaldo's asked if I could step in, and he would like me to take a moment just to introduce the Public Works staff who are going to be presenting the next item. So we have this evening, we have Adam Gonzalez, who's a new administrative analyst in Public Works, and we also have Cole Scroggins. Cole is the new facilities, electrical and facilities operations manager. He started with the city back in 2006, I believe. I think he was probably barely out of high school. Started as a billing inspector, worked his way over to electrician, and now he's an operations manager there at Public Works. So Cole and Adam are going to take this item for you this evening.
Thank you, Wendy. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. So this week, Lieutenant Foss is on vacation, and as he has noted in previous council meetings, he has given us managers opportunities to come out and present if we choose to. So this week we do have Cole Scroggins, our facilities operations manager, who will be talking to you about the placement of our 150 streetlights, which is a part of our NG project.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Just a brief overview. Wendy pretty much introduced me. I've been with the city almost 15 years. This is the first meeting, so bear with me and we'll see what happens. I'll share my screen and we'll start. Share. Ooh, no, go figure. Wrong one. Better? Okay. There we go. Does that work? Okay, tonight we're talking about the placement of 150 solar lights. This project was done through NG. About 5 years ago, the city started doing a comprehensive program with the NG to talk about conservation. It's a big part of the city. It has all different aspects to do with solar lighting, more energy efficient, and quite frankly, to save some money. Well, that agreement has come down to now. We are past financing and we are on to the next step. Oh, is it on the wrong one? Oh, am I? Oh, display settings. There, is that better?
No, that's still the same, Cole.
Oh. Wow.
Well, there you go.
That one?
Yeah, there you go. You're good.
I had it right the first time. Okay, so sorry, we skipped. Okay, back to background. Like I said, we started financing and we've entered into construction. As many, I don't know if you've been through City Hall recently, but there's a lot of construction going on and we have been moving forward. Background, it has to do with solar, like I mentioned, interior and exterior lighting, new HVAC throughout the city, some electrical EV charging at several locations, and also some much needed upgrades to some of our parks and with the switch gears, electrical panels, if you will. And that brings us to the 150 solar lights. If you see in the line item here, it's set for about 1.3 million. The lights have been ordered and delivered. With this current COVID issue, me and Angie have discussed getting things done as fast as possible. Money is an issue. So while we were concerned that things would not arrive in time, we did go ahead and order them. So they are here. So while I don't want to pressure you guys into locations, it's just, it is a concern because they were delivered about 2 weeks ago and they have a shelf life about 3 to 4 months before we start having problems. But no, nevertheless, I don't want to put a point on anyone, just wanted to make that out there. Along with city staff, we decided on this light before you. It's one that we've done in current projects. It's one that I felt, as well as others, that this is the most ease of use, most efficient, and all around most durable out there. So we went ahead and gone with that. As before, council has talked about different locations, and one of the key points that I have been told was we were worried about established communities. In the older neighborhoods, that is a major problem with deficiency of lighting. While I can't take care of the whole town at once, it does on mine. Are we on placement factors?
No, we're not. We're on your system overview has a picture of the pole and the solar panel.
Did that move forward? Oh,
No.
my screen is paused.
There you go.
Okay.
Is that better?
Placement factors.
Sorry, somehow it paused. My apologies.
That's okay.
Okay. We're working in the older neighborhoods. That's where we're most deficient in lighting. While some of the factors come into play is, tree shading. We don't want to cut down anybody's trees if at all possible. So it becomes a touchy subject. Where we did take into consideration was we've done some nighttime surveys over the last few years, and we found out where we're the most dim. And we took also consideration of police calls, frankly, theft, burglarizing. We've taken those considerations in, and needless to say, our residents, they call in and express their feelings on the dark neighborhoods. And so we're trying to accommodate the most spectrum that we can. With that being said, I will present to you some locations that are subject to change, but not very far away because I can't control underground utilities, tree shading, things of that nature. If they move, they will be pretty close proximity to where they're at, where I'm putting them. I'm just trying to give you guys a close view, if all possible. The city standards typically talk 180 to 200 feet space. Perfect world, that works all day long. Most of our older neighborhoods, that just sometimes can't happen. I've tried to get the spacing between 200 and 300 feet because some of the streets are just different sizing. We have, like I said, tree shading, utilities, and there's a lot of factors that I had to take into play on that. So just with that being said, long-term effects is I want to install 100, 150, all the lights. I don't want to keep any on hand for emergencies because they should be relatively easy to get extras in case of, say, accidents, whatever the case may be. And like you all know, technology is changing so rapidly fast that I may save something for a few years and it may just be obsolete. So I don't want to store anything that could cause us potential problems in the future. The streetlights, the panels themselves will be covered under the 20-year warranty, as well as the batteries. So that's something that we shouldn't have to worry about for quite a while. But we will be required to clean them, probably annually. There's no stipulation on how much, but my guess is once a year, staff will have to clean them. All other projects that have to do with solar around town, that will be part of the project with Engie. So we won't necessarily have to deal with that. Here is just some brief street names of where they're going to go. They're trying to be dispersed. Like I said, I didn't want to assign just addresses because they may change. They'll go a house left or right maybe. Here is an overview. I know it's kind of bright and colorful and maybe even hard to see, but the green dots represent all the city-owned and PG&E streetlights that we currently have in town. There may be a few newer subdivisions that aren't up to the mapping yet, but for the most part, this is what we have. All the red are where I've slated for them to go. You'll see letters in front of the numbers. The S typically stands for solar, of course, but the A, B, or C or D has to deal with zoning, and that's pretty much for just our department features so we can figure out where they are in case of ease of repair. Here's a closer picture. Well, I understand there is no street names, but if you want to look on the screen, the main street going through is Cleveland. You'll see Tozier's off this way and the freeway. You can kind of see a brief glimpse of where they're slated to go. I believe I have another couple in there. This was another key point for residents complaining. I don't know if you can tell, but this is Melview. This is the complex park. This subdivision, while it does not show, does have lighting, and all along Story Road does have lighting. But throughout here, it's very dim. And while there's a lot of youth activities in the evening, I'm trying to do my best to accommodate that without putting too many on major streets. Here's another overview. This would be Lake Street coming through town and curving into Clinton. This would be MLK School. Another picture, of course, this would be Olive. I have some around the high school and down through these older neighborhoods that just don't physically have enough. Typically, when these streets were designed, it wasn't a big as of issue to have lighting. So the main jurisdiction was just on the city corners. That's why you see these dots here, just on the corners. So I tried to accommodate. Here's another overview. This is a little closer in depth of, while this may look odd, but this is off of Foster, which is Sunset. I do know that there's a PG&E light here, so the end of the street is lit up, but this intersection is not. There was quite a bit of thought that went into this. It may not seem so, but there's a lot involved here. Just a few pictures of locations. I don't want to bore you too much. I also have a slide of a good representation of where they can go. There's no shading of trees. There's no problems that may arise. This is an aspect of a good location. This will be one, of course, that just physically, without taking some trees down, I may not make it to work. Recommendations is approving the locations. If there was anything else, we go to questions. I do have a interactive map that we can dive into if you guys want to see closer zoomed images, and we can see more detailed. But if there's any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Cole. I really appreciate that. A couple of questions. when you talk about shading, in some of the street views in the evening on the east side where they have older trees that provide wonderful shade in the afternoon, but even much more darkness in the evening, I certainly want to remove any trees, but you're not opposed to trimming trees to make things work or things of that nature. It's more of removing some of the old established trees. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay.
There will probably be pruning involved. And of course, I don't know if you all are aware, but I did run the water meter project several years ago. So I have dealt with almost every resident in town once or twice before.
Yeah.
So while that will be a task in itself, yeah, we will definitely have to do probably some pruning to make these things work.
Great, thank you. Very, very informative. Mayor Pro Tem Garcia has a question.
Yes, thank you very much for this. We've been talking about this for quite a while now, and I'm very, very happy as the sidewalk and streetlight guy that we're having this conversation. So I asked a question earlier regarding the deficiency of the streetlights on the east side of town compared to the west side of town, because on the west side of town they were more proactive about putting in the streetlights. So do you have a comparison as to the numbers between the east and west divide as far as streetlights?
That I do. While it did turn out unequal, the town isn't quite split in half. I would say 50-50 between the tracks. I would say 3/4 of the town is on the west side, but I do have a number. There is 62 lights slated to go for the east side and 88 slated to go for the west side.
I was referring more toward the density of streetlights on the west side compared to the east side, as opposed to how many we were planning to put on each side.
Oh, density? I really don't have a density wise. We can go back to maybe this might help. Here's the map that we can dive into. We've done several projects over the few years, and we have helped out the east side quite a bit. But for the specific density, that number I don't have, but I will tell you it's not too far off. It may not seem that way, but it isn't too far off from being split.
When I first looked at this image, it struck me, and I don't know whether it's because we went further down into the weeds here or not, but it seemed to me that there was a lack of street lights compared to the west side, and that was based upon the policies of the development in the newer areas as opposed to the older. And certainly we represent everybody in the city, but I'm looking at a couple of issues. One is equity, making sure that we spend the resources in an equitable manner so that all representatives in the city of Madera are helped. I'm looking at safety, making sure that people who are walking at night on the east side of Madera, as we know, folks have fewer access to transportation. I know that's one of the issues that we want to fix. But the folks typically will walk to church, walk to a store, and in the evening that's problematic because we have a deficiency, as you noted at the beginning. So, you know, I would definitely want to propose that as we move forward and we get more solar lighting or solar lighting in the city, this is not our last project. This is just the beginning. But I would like to see that those deficiencies on the east side be addressed as we move forward. I saw the numbers that you gave me, which 88 and 62, but because of those deficiencies, I would like that number to be bumped up somewhere around the neighborhood of 100. And then as we move forward, getting more funds from the state and federal governments for infrastructure, then we look to balancing it out.
Yes, I see your point. We have done, this isn't our first or our last, I would assume. We've done 3 prior projects on the east side of town that I was a part of. We did a block down Knox, several on, we did Cutting, Della Valley. So we are definitely trying to take the most bang for our buck, as you would say, in the areas. While I didn't add as many on certain sides of towns, it wasn't definitely because I didn't want to, for sure. There's just, I tried to keep that footage from around 200 to 300 feet. If I go just a hair under that, I'll absorb all the lights almost in one zone. And then it does nobody good except for one area. So it's hard to explain, I guess, but I tried to make an overall list of, like, see here, for instance, it may look like this stretch doesn't have anything, but it does have a light right here. And it's just because our current mapping hasn't updated to show those, like here and there. There is lights that we've done on previous projects that are there. We just don't have current mapping to show that. So that's why maybe some of these areas do look thin compared to what you're seeing. I just don't physically have something that's as up to date as this.
Engie was involved with this project. Do they have any better maps that would illustrate that? Because, I mean, that would certainly come into play when we have a light in place, but it's not being shown to us. So it makes it a little bit harder for us too.
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of what you asked. Sorry.
Engie, you mentioned the company that we're working on this. I remember a mention of that they were involved in looking at the city and placement of. Would they have any better mapping to help us illustrate where those lights are?
Well, their mapping came directly from us, so they're going to have the same map. Yeah, there's mapping in place that we just don't. I'm not sure when the city stopped mapping these lights. I want to say it was probably 4 or 5 years ago. I believe we had a few positions that were taking care of that we no longer have. And to be honest, quite frankly, I don't even know where the instrument is that we used to do that with. I wasn't a part of that, so I just don't know. But that's something that we need to move in a direction that I have on my list to do. Is we need to get current and more up-to-date mapping. I just couldn't get that in time for the presentation, unfortunately.
Yeah, I would certainly be also in favor of Public Works being able to have all the tools necessary to do your jobs, because obviously we had a discussion earlier about the satellite imagery, and et cetera. And I would certainly like to see us invest in making sure we have the right tools in place so that we do the job and we do it correctly, and that the city council can make a decision, an intelligent decision about what we're doing.
I completely agree.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. Councilman Robinson.
Yes, I was thinking that, since District 4 is more condensed, a larger population in a smaller area, from Alice Street down Lincoln to Riverview, and the back, the east side of the river, along the riverside, and many of the homes are older, no sidewalks, and I think it would be safer to have a little bit more lighting on each intersection where people can walk around. You can't walk around in that area, and it's so dark.
Okay,
Dark and
Lincoln,
gloomy.
Okay, so Lincoln and the river.
Riverview, all the way up to Alice. You know,
All the way
that's
up to
District
Alice.
4.
Yeah. Well, you see currently here that, let's see, current.
They have more apartments there.
That's 200 feet between lights. I tried to keep it. I mean, we're pretty tight on city standards. I don't want to add too many lights because then it's just not fair of adding, you know, I don't want to over illuminate and cause what's called light pollution. I don't want to put them every 120, 150 feet. Then you're
Well,
just.
you got 6,000 people in that district.
Okay. Well, I see your point, but most of these are. I mean, well, my problem is I can't just flood.
I mean,
Go
like
ahead.
Kansas State, you know, that's a newer division, and by Riverview they have some new homes there. But I'm talking about the older ones, you know.
Yeah, Council, if I may, can you hear me okay? I apologize. I've had a couple of challenges this evening with my computer. So this evening, going back to what Cole had indicated earlier, the decision for the street light locations does not have to be made tonight. So we're definitely gonna, staff is not gonna request that staff do that or that council do that. However, what we attempted to do is capture and be responsive to some of council's concerns from a meeting about 2 months ago. We think we've done a decent job of that. However, that's not to say that we can't recalibrate or go back and fine tune it a little bit. One of the challenges that Cole has expressed is that we're trying to meet the standards without, if you tighten up the standard, so he's attempting to space between 200 and 300 feet. If you go to 180 feet, that works. And we can most definitely do that. I'm sorry, can you not hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Because one of the challenges is that it's just going to take more lights. However, again, if that council's direction, if the council would like us to go back with some of the comments tonight and say, you know what, staff, instead of doing 200 feet, do 180 feet, we will most definitely do that. And this was our attempt to be responsive to some of council's concerns or some of the items that council had brought up last time. And one of the things we attempted to do was not put them on major roads. The principal reason for that is there are some other programs that we could potentially use for major roads. And some of the lights that we have here, they're probably not going to emit the amount of wattage you would typically find on a major road like a Cleveland or a Lake Street. The type of wattage that these lights are going to illuminate are something you would find more, much more in a local road setting. A Sierra Street, a Willis, or something along those lines. So one of the challenges that we have is we tried keeping them off the major roads because you need additional wattage or greater wattage on those areas. So we tried putting them on the local roads. However, again, and this is our best attempt. However, we're not here to force council. If council would like us to go back with some additional concerns this evening, we'll go back. And we'll sharpen our pencils a little bit more, but again, our goal was to be responsive to the community based on some of the criteria that the council had provided last time. And so going back to what Cole said, one of the things that we're looking at were the older parts of our community. And we attempted to do that. We attempted to look at the area around John Adams School, which last time that area was brought up. It happens to be that the area around John Adams, which happens to be in, I think most of us would consider West Central Madera, say West Madera. A lot of that area was developed quite some time ago, and it wasn't built to contemporary standards. And so there's no lights around that area. The area around Thomas Jefferson, the area around Bridge Store, or the former Bridge Store, I still call it Bridge Store. I'm going back to my childhood. Mm-hmm. that area around Fresno Street, if you go on the north side of Cleveland. So again, so what we attempted to do was be responsive, but one of the key goals was to make sure that we're deploying the 150 lights in the older parts of the community. And that was, we heard council loud and clear, and we attempted to do that. You know, but again, we're completely open. If council says, hey, you know what, you guys missed the mark a little bit, that's okay. And that's why we're having this discussion, and we'll go back and we'll redo it.
Well, I was just saying, like, you know, Kennedy Street down to about 5 blocks, well, toward the fire station, you know, 4th Street, you know, all that area to the east of Lincoln. There's a lot of older homes there.
One of the challenges too is once you go to like on the fringe of the community, one of the challenges that we have too is that some of them are in the county. And so while you have to travel those roads to go into the city, especially if you go like on around like the Mervyn's area or the former Mervyn's area, some of those areas are in the county. So it just makes it a little bit challenging because
that's past Lincoln though.
no, right. I'm just simply as an example, that some of the older parts of the community aren't necessarily in the city. So it just makes it a little bit challenging. So I apologize. I simply just wanted to highlight that, Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
I have a question.
Councilman Rodriguez raised his hand. I'm going to call on him first, and then Councilman Hawley.
Thank you, Member Dillon. You know, I would be in agreement with a city manager in regards to the standards of building back in the days, and maybe the lack of lighting in the areas that are most needed. And I can see how the east side is in a big need of that. That being said, going back to the model of streetlights, Cole, that you had presented, and I wasn't sure, did we say solar lights? And is there some type of hardware or smart hardware that communicates with the city or public works when one of these cities is down, one of these lights is down, I'm sorry?
Yes, I do believe that we can link up with them, and they will let us know when they're not working. They give us they will give us a battery feedback, light output feedback, and of course what the battery capacity is. Yes.
One of the points that I made on the last presentation is that, you know, just taking the forethought of thinking in the future is trying to create a smarter city. And, you know, we have a great opportunity here with these lights to be able to integrate into providing not only some type of communication between lights, but also allowing for these lights to be utilized to help aid our police department in some fashion where these lights can communicate directly to PD. Also adding some routers of Wi-Fi and making it more of a smarter city. I know this is something that might be far-fetched for now, but it is something that a lot of cities will be going to and something to consider. So there's only 150 lights, but moving forward, I would hope that we would start adding some smart technology and integration to these lights so that we can better use, have better use of these lights, you know, whether it be weather, air quality, you know, theft, you know, anything that can communicate. I think it makes it a smarter city. I know some folks might be a little apprehensive to hear something like this because there might be more of a privacy issue. But again, moving into the next century and moving into the future, we want to try to utilize technology to the best of its use and not just have it for one purpose, but for multiple purposes. And those are my comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Councilman. I have 4 questions right now. So in this order, it'll be Councilman Hawley will be next, and then Mayor Pro Tem Garcia, followed by Councilman Robinson, and then Councilman Montes.
Mine's gonna be short. What I think, like on the southeast side where there are lights, it's not so much that we don't have the lighting. We need to cut some of these trees back so the lighting can work. We got so many trees that's growing out, cutting off the light. And when you look at it, a lot of folks saying it's dark, which, you know, is because the trees are cutting the light where we can't it can't shine to somebody's house or somebody's neighborhood or somebody's part of the street. So we have
I completely agree. That is something that's on my list, and we are going to be working towards taking care of that. That is something that I've noticed over the years that we've been deficient on, and that is something that we need to, we're paying for the light. Why not get it? Yeah, I completely understand.
Yeah, because we have a lot of light over here, but the trees are blocking it so it doesn't shine. So people think it's dark, but it's really the trees that's cutting the light off.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Good point. Thank you very much for pointing that out, Mr. Councilman. Mayor Pro Tem Garcia.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm sensitive to your issues, Cole, regarding timing. I hope that if we're successful in tabling this article and then giving you time to tweak it again, it won't be too long. I'm hoping that we can get this resolved fairly quickly. I also want to say that the residents of Madera should also take responsibility for a light bulb being burnt out. They should take responsibility and call it in and make sure that our staff is aware if there's a problem with light. It might not be the bulb, it might be the electrical. It could be whatever amount of issues. We talked about earlier about maybe putting it into our utility bills. Hey, take a look and help us in the city to be able to do our job effectively. And so if our residents are able to report to us and have an easy way of doing that, they can do that by making a phone call or sending an email, then that would go to Councilman Hawley's point about taking responsibility also. Tree trimming might also help us in the location of the street lights that you're talking about. If you went and look at a spot and you said, well, we cannot put one here because obviously it's a bad location for that, then maybe by trimming, then it'll actually become a place that we can actually work and get it done there. So I just wanted to make those points. Thank you very much. And I would like to hold off with this issue for a later time so that you can come back and actually tweak it so that we can make it work right. But I'll let my other colleagues give their input too.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All the more reason to have that app that the young lady spoke about from the YLI, that they could use the app and call in about tree trimming or outages. Councilman Robinson and then Councilman Montes.
Yes, our neighborhood watch program, our residents, I'm sure they ask for lighting in their area. You can go look at those reports. And I know for one thing that Chief Lawson, he sure know where the lighting should be. I like to hear what he has to say about this.
Like I said in the presentation, yes, I did take all those into consideration, and then where there was theft and burglarization, there is lights being added in those areas. That was a contributing factor.
Oh, you already talked to him already? You talked to Lawson already? Chief Lawson?
Well, not him directly, but his staff, yes.
Is he around right now?
Looks
yes,
like
he sure is. He's
okay.
Muted.
Yes, I am.
There he is.
I'd like to hear what Chief Lawson have to say about it.
About the lighting?
Yes.
I do agree. I think from what I'm hearing from the council is that Mr. Scroggins has done a good job, but I do think it needs some refinement. We need to maybe pull back and work on it and tweak it a little more. And I would tend to say we need to look a little more on the east side with the lighting. And as many as we can squeeze over there, we do. But that's something we have to work out, and our facts need to back that. But I do agree that we pull this back, we'll work on it, fine tune it, and bring it back to council. And I think you'll be happy with the product that we bring back.
Thank you, Chief, for your comments. Councilman Montes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do like the map that Cole's been using. I keep clicking on my mouse and try to move it around to a different area. typical, can't read my mind and go to the area that I want. So I do agree that we should bring this back. Agree with the manager and Councilmember Garcia. I want to have a chance to play with that map and look at it so that we can have a clear ask to Cole or whoever, if we have a suggestion on something. But again,
Sure.
also to Chief's point, back it up with some data, and I think that's part of what we used, right? Calls for service, the older areas, so that's all built in, and the map that was on there, and we did get a version of this, but I just didn't have time to go through the interactive map, so that would be my ask, just so I can get my hands on this and look around and see what is actually going on. But I mean, it looks pretty well distributed. Everything that we asked for is in there. I don't think you did a bad job. I think you did a good job, but I think now that we're looking at it, we're a lot more curious, and we want to know, okay, well, because we do get specific complaints on the intersection of, Lily and Cross. So we want to make sure that, some of those areas are being addressed. So if we could I'd be in favor of bringing it back as early as possible, so that we have a chance to look at it and then give you our feedback as well. Not just say, hey, fix it to what I want, but you don't really know what I want.
No, I like it.
And that's my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. Mr. Scroggins, I think you did a fantastic job as it pertains to trying to stretch the dollar as far as possible. I think in a perfect world, we would love 180 feet apart. That would be fantastic. Something tells me that we would probably be about 20% shy on the number of areas that you could fulfill. But right. going in detail when it comes to public safety, calls for service, that's very, very important. All four corners of Madera, there's some dark blacked out areas that those crime reports will certainly tell you that there's a huge need for that. So I appreciate you going into detail. To be very, very honest, I know the discussion about East Side versus West Side. When we had redevelopment, we had that conversation, and the East Side did not have sidewalks. The East Side did not have lights. And it was very simple when you divide your community in half via the 99, it did become an East Side, West Side. That's not something that I want to buy into. It's not something that I want to divide our community. And in this particular case, when it comes to stretching our dollar, it's more of a need. And you put the street names up for a little while, and I just took a glance at some of them. But as Mr. Rodriguez spoke about the John Adams area, there's some blacked out areas in there that I've driven through myself in the evening. It's not considered East Side. The need is there. Dunham and DeSanti and Santa Bonita and Santa Cruz over by Madison School, these are completely blacked out areas in older neighborhoods, just as old as some of the neighborhoods on the East Side. I think it's fair to say that we can give you 500 locations right now and maybe still not, provide the need for everybody in our community. So I don't mind bringing it back simply because I think the interactive map was just really kind of vague, and there was just a lot of dots, and it didn't really. But I also want to remind council that you also pointed out that if infrastructure is not in place, it just cannot happen. There may be a need on a particular street or a corner, but whether it's having to remove a 70-year-old tree or just the infrastructure is not going to work, I'm sure that went into account when you were doing your map. It just wasn't that you didn't want one there. So I think we should stick with that 200-foot level and move from there and try to get as many lights in our community as possible. But all that to say, here's my question. This is $1.3 million of 150 lights that you say we have in our possession. Is that right?
Yes, sir. They're stored away, locked in airport.
Okay, and you're also saying that they're not good to sit around and collect dust, that we need to move rather quickly on these
batteries
lights.
are time sensitive. Batteries are time sensitive, and usually the window's around 3 to 4 months. Me and Angie both decided that it would be bad to wait on ordering those because we didn't know with current shipping, if we decided to go this route and ask for permission first, it may be a year out.
Right.
So we decided to order and we got what we wanted and they're here. So my job is to move forward and we are moving forward.
And I can appreciate that. So I just want to remind council that the longer we wait, and I know expectations would be to come back in 2 weeks and have it all done and perfect, but I want to make sure that we manage those expectations. But back to NG, Mr. Rodriguez, our initial savings is not $1.3 million. This is just kind of the initial 150 lights that we ordered in anticipation of future energy savings. Is that correct?
Correct. So the street solar lights, there is no savings to the city. Rather, it's going to cost us $1.4 million because the energy savings is when we're adding solar lights or when we're modifying existing facilities. For example, if we're adding a solar panels to our wastewater treatment plant, that's going to offset the cost. The solar street lights do not exist, so we're adding them. So there's no cost savings to the city. This is an added cost that when we brought the project forward, council agreed that it was important, and council was willing to spend $1.4 million of general fund dollars to provide these streetlights. I would agree. We can probably quadruple the number of lights and we still wouldn't meet all of our community's needs. We are in dire need of streetlights, and this was our attempt to try to address some of the issues that council had expressed to us.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And it'll be a little bit of time before we actually see those energy savings when we put the panels up at the wastewater treatment plant or City Hall or the police department. And I think it's money well spent in our community for the need. Lights have not been in these streets, public safety, everything that was mapped out by Mr. Scroggins. Again, I just want to remind council that we need to move rather quickly. I think Mr. Scroggins and his team have done a great job trying to stretch that dollar as far as possible. He's kind of in a sense playing God with where do lights go, and I certainly believe that he's doing everything in his power to be fair and equitable to all four corners of Madera and to make sure that although it's not perfect, it's the best fit locations for our community so that we can have kind of something is better than nothing as it pertains to, even if we have to do some trimming for current lights, trim some trees, to kind of make it happen. I think Mr. Scroggins is really just trying to make it happen. So again, I don't mind bringing it back. I just don't think that we should micromanage and start to do addresses and streets and things like that. That we should trust in our team and that we should really act on this as quickly as possible, knowing that it's going to be a huge benefit to our community. Mayor Pro Tem has his hand up, and then Councilwoman Gallegos will be next.
Yes, I agree that the timing is of the essence. I wouldn't imagine that it would take the 4 months to be able to come back to council. That's a question, Mr. Cole or Mr. Rodriguez.
No, I wouldn't pertain to, no.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I look forward to it. I cede my time to Councilwoman Gallegos.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Garcia. My question is just really quick that a lot of questions here have been like more street lights needed to go under the 200 feet mark. We go under the 200 feet mark, we're going to need 2 or 3 times more street lights than we already have and are given. So, and I know Cole has put a lot of time into this and has done everything diligence of what is needed to be done. And for that, I thank you for you and your staff that have taken all the time to do that. So, Mr. Rodriguez, are we looking for direction and approval tonight?
So this evening, our recommendation was to go with 150 proposed locations. However, if the council would prefer to take a week or two, more than likely 2 weeks, to digest the map, it's an interactive map, we would be happy to come back. My only question to council this evening is if there is a further refinement that you would like staff to do, or if it's something that you would like to go back on your own, take a look at the interactive tool, because if the direction this evening, the staff is go back and relook at the map, my ask of council would be is, can you provide us with a couple of with some additional criteria so what we know what we're attempting to refine. I know there's been a lot of discussion. I've had some computer challenges this evening, including volume. And so I'm catching almost everything, but I believe I've missed a couple of things. So I believe the direction is go back and take a look at it again. My ask would be, can you just provide some additional criteria that we're expected to refine, just to make sure that we're not coming back another point to disappoint council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Councilman Rodriguez and then Councilman Robinson.
Yes, thank you, Member Dolan. So I too would chime and echo the sentiments of Councilwoman Gallegos. If you are looking for direction, I'm not sure if it's maybe anywhere from 10 to 20 lights that we are looking to interactively play with and see if we can move, but we should still move forward on the project because you do have a lot of work that's been put on this, and I do believe that the people that are involved in this have done their due diligence to set the lights appropriately in those areas. But if there is maybe 10 or 15, 20 lights that might be still under question, then I would suggest that we modify this and we move forward on the remainder of lights so that we move traction and we move forward. I'm not sure how much longer we have to wait to come back to council to approve this. So I would be in favor of moving forward and approving the recommendation from our city manager and maybe making that slight modification if it's maybe 20 to 30 lights. I don't know how many lights are still in question, but certainly I don't think it's all the locations, but I know there's several that some of our colleagues here have mentioned. So I'll be willing to move forward and get this project underway before that shelf life starts taking an effect.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. Councilman Robinson. You're on mute, sir.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Yeah, have they drove during the night through different areas of the city to see how dark and gloomy it is?
Yes, Cole and his team have driven around the city at night to gauge where the lights are most needed. So to answer your question, Councilmember Robinson, the answer is yes.
Yeah, and also I'm in favor of starting, especially since it's time sensitive, but you can start on the east side and you can be fluid as you go, and make the modification like Councilman Jose said. That makes sense?
So
you can modify as you go along. If you want to make changes, you can do that.
Well, just for point of clarification, when we talk about modifications, there's two things on the table here. One, there's the disagreement over the placement of the lights, which we would need to, as a council, have a majority vote. And two, what Mr. Rodriguez is asking, if there's certain criteria that staff needs to look at other than what they've already looked at, that's something that we need to give direction this evening.
Okay,
So
like dangerous areas.
They've looked at safety, they looked at crime reports, they looked at infrastructure, of course, the need, and then the visual driving around town in the evening just to find out some of these places that are completely dark. So if there's something that they missed, that's what Mr. Rodriguez is looking for. Additional criteria that they haven't looked at.
Okay, I understand that. And also, like, for instance, especially at nighttime, you have bicyclists riding around in dark clothing with no lights, no reflectors. And many times I've come close to hitting somebody.
Watch what you're doing.
Yeah, I do.
Is there additional criteria that we can look at that staff has missed?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Garcia.
Jose, well, familiar. Councilmember Rodriguez, if if you're agreeable to a motion to move forward with
I
this
am.
project and add look at to tweaking another additional 20, because that's what I originally was asking for, then yes, we can definitely move on with this project because I think it would benefit us all. So I don't want to get too deep into the weeds as to the criteria part, but I think that if we can agree that staff will look at another 20, I think we'll be fine with that. So if you make a motion to that effect, I'll second you on that.
A point of clarification, when you talk about another 20, are you talking about additional 20 or 20 different locations, or what exactly do you mean?
I am saying that right now there's 88 streetlights that are going to be placed on the east side of 99. And I originally asked for another 20. That's what, when we began this whole discussion, I was saying, let's bump it up so we could have some equity. And now we're looking at tweaking those. So I would be agreeable to that we start with that and then.
Well, Mr. Scroggins had mentioned that it's not a 50-50. There's actually more need on the west side. And the numbers I got were 88 placements on the west side and 62 on the east side.
Correct.
Yes.
Is that right, Mr. Scroggins?
Yeah, correct. And
Yes.
as well as I think I mentioned before as well, the city isn't quite split 50-50. Three-quarters of the town is on the west side of the tracks. So if you look size-wise, I would say it's almost exactly 50% on each side of town. If you really wanted to go per square acre.
See, that's why I was asking for the information to be able to for us to be able to see that. I apologize for the numbers part. When we had a discussion earlier, I thought you were saying 88 on the east side and 60 on the west side. Mm-hmm. But now it's even less that we're looking at adding to the east side. And that's what I'm objecting to, that on the east side, I see a deficiency in lighting. So I'd like to bump that up. What that number is, we're all going to have to agree with. But that's what my concern is. And I'm sorry if I'm throwing this wrench into this whole discussion because it's getting later and later. It's already 10:12. So I would have to process that in my head again as to what exactly I would like to see as far as direction is concerned.
Councilman Robinson.
Yeah, like I said before, it's not about just the streets. It's about the population in a small, dense area. Where more people are, that's where you have more lights. That's what to me. That's common sense.
Okay.
Yes. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Hawley.
We can beat this horse around all night long. What I would like to see is they go ahead and we make a motion to approve what we have. Then in the future, wherever there's more lights to be needed, we can look at that time. That would be my motion to approve the consent of what the light issues are right now. Because we don't know what it's going to look like once they get up. So we just have to go with it.
I have a motion on the floor to approve item E1 as presented and a second. I'm sorry, the motion by Councilman Hawley and a second by Councilwoman Gallegos. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, before we have that motion or the vote, I will, for clarification purposes, the city manager did request any additional criteria, and I wanted to make sure that Councilmember Garcia had asked for some tweaks and modifications on the number. But is there any other criteria that you wanted to present to our city manager to look forward to as far as this project goes, Councilmember Garcia? Only because the disproportionate amount of lights that are in the east side in regards to the total number is a concern to you, and it is also a concern to me. But I think what Cole had mentioned is that in looking at areas that are in need, and whether it be traffic or accidents or theft, what have you, I think they put them strategically there. But is there any additional criteria that you want to add to this that the city manager had requested for, aside from the additional amount of lights that are needed? we definitely know that there's lighting needed everywhere. There's more need on the west side, I think, based on Cole's presentation there. But at this moment, I think this is what we have before us.
Yeah, if the question that Arnoldo had mentioned regarding the wattage of a light on a major street and then future funding, I mean, these are all like ifs. They're not reality as right now that we already have the 150 street lights. And I do realize that the whole city of Madera needs street lights. But if the information that I've received so far until tonight, that there's more of a need on the west side than the east side, that is what I would have a problem with. As it is right now, if we're only going to go with 88 and 62, then I could not support this because I don't have enough information in front of me to make that decision.
If I may, Mayor,
yes,
I believe, and I don't want to misquote anyone. However, I think Councilmember Garcia initially, would you recommend that we take 20 street lights from the west side and move them to the east side? Would that be something that you would be able to support? Because
absolutely, because I know that we're not going. This is not our last. This is not our last project, and so that's what I was. That's what I would be in favor of.
Because if the council's okay, we could do that, and what we can do is bring it back to the next meeting, if that's something the council would want to consider. But I also recognize that there's a first and a second on the floor, Mayor. Thank you.
And I just want to be clear.
I just want to finish up with one last comment. In that, if you listen to Chief Lawson, his recommendation was that we have enough lighting on the east side, and he was proposing that also. So yes, Mr. Rodriguez, if you would say that yes, we can make an addition, we can definitely move this forward.
I had a question for Cole really fast. Cole, are you considering the east side and the west side, the tracks? Is that the divider of the east and the west? Is that what you looked at?
Yeah, the tracks, the gateway, right in there, the freeway, that line.
Thank you.
But if the community is not 50-50 as far as residents, then we can't just sporadically say, let's just take them from here to there. So my question would be, which areas of need that have calls for service, that have crime, that have burglaries, that have no lights, which one of those areas are we going to take from to just put on the east side?
There's a motion and a second on the floor. Call for a vote.
Right, I got it. And I also called for any further discussion, and we're having further discussion because
you put it where all the apartments are, on the east side, where most people are.
Okay, but you're correct by saying when Cole said 3/4 of the population, am I correct, Cole, is on west and 1/4 is on east? Is that what you said?
No.
Cole.
It's 10,000 people in
Councilman Robinson, I'd like to hear Mr. Scroggins because he did give us those numbers early on.
Well, I don't have the exact numbers. Yes, I would say that 3/4 of population density is on the west side.
Yeah, and if I may add, Mr. Mayor, I know that there's a dividing line, and that could be the 99. But I will remind you all that even on the west side of 99, you have some areas that have been really underserved. And again, like our city manager had mentioned before, the standards of building at that time might have not provided efficient lighting. So there is a need for lighting in certain areas. And when we talk about the west side, the west side has changed demographically over the years. So not all west side is essentially what one would perceive, but there are certain sectors of that dividing highway just west of the 99 that have a big need for lighting as well, just as much need as there is for the east side. So I would go with the recommendation that our current city manager and Cole had suggested earlier, is that we fulfill those needs that are presented before us.
I know, Hilda, I see you. I'm going to move forward with it. Just give me 30 seconds.
The question was made here.
No, I got it. I got this, Hilda. What the point I want to make is that we should not even be considering east side, west side, and we should be considering the need. The need in our community, as I mentioned before, we can put 500 street lights. There's a need for at least 500 street lights, but we as leaders in the community should not be using 99 or Cleveland to just point out us versus them or east versus west.
True.
I have a motion on the floor by Councilman Hawley and a second by Councilwoman Gallegos to approve item E1 as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Can have a roll call vote, please, Alicia?
Councilmember Hawley,
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Montes,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garcia,
No.
Councilmember Gallegos,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
No.
Mayor Medellin.
Yes.
That's 5 yes, 2 no, motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much, Alicia, for that. Thank you, entire council, for your comments, and Mr. Scroggins, for you and your team. Thank you all very much, and we look forward to moving this project forward.
Thank you very much.
Item E2, this is discussion on status and action taken on measures to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19. Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Earlier this evening, the council heard from Public Health Director Sarah Boss, where she provided an excellent overview in terms of where the county stands. We have experienced a significant increase in the number of COVID-19 positive cases. Today we had 25, yesterday we had 24. And if you look at the numbers in the past week or so, they have increased substantially to the point where we went from a very modest number of roughly 100 to about 275 in what appears to be overnight. With that being said, city staff, we continue to practice safeguards to try to make sure that our employees are protected. We continue to serve our community via the phone, via email. We've had some growing pains in terms of our phone trees and in terms of making sure that the calls are getting to the right people, because we do have a large number of office employees that continue to telework, and we still want to offer that because, again, our goal is to try to minimize exposing our employees to COVID-19. And at the same time, we have heard from some community members that like the idea of coming in and paying their utility bill. And one of the things we've expressed to them is, because they've said, well, your employees are behind glass walls. And we said, but the problem is that we're trying to protect you from other people in the lobby. Because again, this isn't necessarily to protect city employees. This is about protecting our community members. We continue to employ that philosophy, and we're doing the same thing with our public works team and our police officers. So with that being said, we have remained status quo. We are still open for business. We're still providing services to our community, but we're also asking our community members to practice a little bit of patience with us, because again, this is about protecting one another. So thank you very much, Mayor, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Any questions of Mr. Rodriguez's report? Thank you very much for that update. We really appreciate it. No further questions. I'll move on to item F. This is council member reports. I will ask Councilman Derek Robinson for his report.
Nothing to report except, I had mentioned that, 1 minute. 1 minute. You got my calendar. I had mentioned about the SB 939. Maybe me and the mayor can get together and discuss this and see what we can do about it. It affects the bottom line.
I'd be happy to further discuss with you, Mr. Councilman. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Gallegos.
I would just like to wish everybody happy Father's Day on Sunday. Have a great day. That's all I have to report.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. Mayor Pro Tem Garcia.
Yes, in these trying times where our country's going through so many crises, it seems, we struggle to find a bright light, a something to feel really good about. My daughter, Xiomara, is getting the keys to her house tomorrow. She's going to be a first-time homeowner now. And so we are very, very proud of her that she has worked very hard. She was educated by Madera Unified School District employees and teachers. And so we definitely embrace them in this really positive note as to our daughter being able to work hard in our community and to purchase a home in Madera. So we're very, very happy with that. And I just wanted to share that with you, that the Garcia family right now is very happy for our daughter, Xiomara. Thank you.
As you should be. That's fantastic. Please give her, on behalf of all of us, give her our congratulations. You should be very proud. Thank you for sharing. Councilman Hawley. Is Councilman Hawley with us? There he is. Can't hear you, sir.
We're happy. Fill out.
Councilman Hawley. There we go.
Nothing to report.
Come on, after all that, you got to say something.
I did. Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day, my friend. Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Member Dillon. I did want to just see if this is a future item on the agenda that we can discuss. I'd asked the city, I'd asked Arnoldo about possible cleanup for our river with other agencies. I know that in the past that's been a multi-agency effort. Arnoldo, I believe I got an email from you saying that there will be some cleanup being done here shortly. But more specifically, I was referring to the vegetation that's going along the Fresno River and going through just walks and bike rides through the stretch between Granada and Schnorr. There is a lot of vegetation, seems to be a lot of encampments, and I'm starting to see a lot more grocery carts tossed over on the side of the riverbed. And I know it's becoming a very easy access for a lot of the transients that are coming by and just dumping a lot of trash around there. But it really needs some attention. I talked to Chief Watson a couple days back also, and hopefully we can get some type of permit to be able to work with the county and maybe get some of this cleanup going, because we let this go too far, it costs more money for us to clean up later. So I hope we can bring up some discussion here with our partners to the left and be able to get some type of multi-agency effort to clean this up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Councilman. Appreciate your comments. Councilman Montes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to talk about streetlights again. I'm just kidding. Happy Father's Day, everybody. Stay safe, wear your masks, and see you guys next time.
There was a motion, by the way, Councilmember Montes.
I'm sorry, bad joke. Sorry.
Yeah, that's exactly what Hilda's thinking right now, I can tell. You see that look on her face. Move on with it. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your comments. Happy Father's Day to those fathers, for everybody out there. Councilman Rodriguez and myself via Zoom or webinar had a Madera County Transportation Commission meeting today. And I want to ask Yvette if she can hopefully chime in. Annually, we do an unmet transit needs assessment where people in the community can come to the MCTC meeting and share what they consider unmet transit needs. And sometimes it gets to be a question or concern about the timeliness of our transportation, our local transportation, or maybe a question or concern, sometimes even a complaint. We get that once a year, but I notice we do know that all year long we get concerns from our constituency. So I'm going to ask Yvette, as we get those, I'd like to share somehow, whether it be an update at a council meeting or even be an email, on what some of the concerns are with our riders in the community. we had an issue with our previous flyer, if you will, and things kind of got behind. So I'd like an update to those unmet transit needs. And the real reason why I brought you on here is to talk about our virtual ribbon cutting that's coming up here shortly. If you want to share with council and the rest of us on your out of the box thinking and your great ideas and having a virtual ribbon cutting coming up soon.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very excited because the Transit Center is finally complete. And we were able to do the final touches, the installation of the furniture, get just the final touches, the appliances, radios are almost up so that we can have full communication capacities for transportation. So we have planned the ribbon cutting to be virtual. We wanted this community and everybody to be safe, but still honor the completion of the transit center and celebrate it. So it's scheduled for June 25th.
You're muted.
Did I just go mute? I don't know how that happened. Am I good now?
You're good now. You said it's slated for June 25th.
Okay, it is on June 25th at 11 a.m. You can view the virtual event live stream just as you do the city council meetings. So Madera Live is the website.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Yvette, for that. I also appreciate the information Mr. Rodriguez and Joseph put out as we enter into triple-digit weather again this weekend and probably for the rest of the summer. Those cooling centers are going to be very, very important to this community. And so we want to practice social distancing and please wear a mask, if at all, when you're out in the community. And you help me and I help you. That's all I have, everybody. Thank you very, very much for another fantastic meeting. And with that, I will ask our city attorney to read the announcement for closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. There's one item, G1, threat to public services or facilities, Government Code Section 54957A, consultation with city manager, city attorney, and chief of police.
Great. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening. you would please make the announcement.
Thank you, Mayor. The council met in closed session. There is no reportable action.
Thank you very much, everyone. Meeting is adjourned until tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, special council meeting, 6 p.m. tomorrow night. Have a good evening.
It's going to be short, right? It's going to be an hour long?